looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, I'm not properly dressed, sorry. Tonight is the night with the very special Ryan Adam Wells here next to me. And I need to turn this warning off my screen. Why? Stop it. Very special episode tonight with Ryan Adam Wells. I am your spirit guide and host, the Old Humble guy himself. Ryan, what would you describe yourself as?
Oh man, where to start?
Traveling international troubadour?
You know, I like the term Renaissance man because it covers a lot of things.
That's fair.
But it also feels a little douchey. So I don't know. I don't know. Singer-songwriter, storyteller. We'll go with Renaissance man.
Have you played outside of the country?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you are an international troubadour.
Oh yeah, I've done
globe-trotting.
I've done 5 tours of Australia. I've done 10 tours of Canada, and I've done 2 tours of Scotland.
Not to brag,
where I also hit London and some other stuff. And, yeah, I've played places.
I mean, I asked, so it's not like you're.
I mean, I've
done Australia and Canada.
They've all been mainly English speaking, generic places, but I've had a great time doing it. I'd love to expand even further, but
and most of those places are actual places.
Yeah.
I mean, Canada's a real country. You're not making that up.
Yeah,
London is a real city.
And they're places that let you have healthcare and encourage you to have healthcare.
So are you saying you only go on tour when you're sick? Damn it, I broke my foot. I'm going to London.
I'm just saying.
Gotta go play a couple of shows in Canada. I broke my foot. Damn it.
I did get a horrible tooth infection when I was in Australia one year, and they covered all of it.
Oh.
I got it taken care of down there and didn't have to pay anything.
Did they replace it with an alligator tooth or something?
You know, I'm not sure.
That
would explain a lot of the pain I still currently feel. So.
They fixed it, but they didn't fix it really well. Their anesthesia was just a giant bass beer, or Foster's. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Well, my opening shot for the night is a little double oak rye, and then I'm going to switch over to a full-on cocktail while we talk Kenobi. You are a well-known. I'll say it. You're a well-known nerd. You like your sci-fi. You like your comics. You like your fantasy realms and shit. I am a. Did I hit the nail on the head there?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been watching Star Wars. I think Star Wars: A New Hope is probably the earliest movie I can remember watching.
Yeah.
I think if I think back and try to remember what the first movie I saw. I'm sure I watched lots of kids movies and stuff when I was really young, but the first movie I remember imprinting itself on me, I think, is probably A New Hope.
Yeah.
Or if not A New Hope, then probably the Ninja Turtles movie from 1990, or
which makes sense.
Or maybe Fern Gully, Oliver and Company. I'm trying to think of but A New Hope's right there.
The first movie I remember seeing in the theaters was Empire Strikes Back.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first one I remember seeing in the theaters. And Return of the Jedi came out when Alicia hit here in Houston.
Okay.
And I remember it was that same summer, and I just remember the hurricanes raging around me and raging through our neighborhood, and I was just thinking, this is this wouldn't faze the Jedis at all. This is cool. We're cool. I'm cool with this.
I think I watched Return of the Jedi. I watched that movie probably more than any other movie when I was growing up.
Oh.
Return of the Jedi was the movie I would just go put in and watch. It was my favorite Star Wars movie until The Last Jedi, which The Last Jedi is now my favorite.
Ah, gotcha.
But I loved Return. I watched over and over and over and over. When I was a kid, I loved the Ewoks. I still love the Ewoks, but as I got older, I loved the dramatists and the fucking just the colors and the I love that they're in the woods and also in space because I love nature and I
Yeah,
love
that's cool.
sci-fi. Like it's just that movie just grabbed my heart and shook it.
Yeah, I get that. Now you've also played a few live shows at the distillery and on this channel on Friday nights. So you're an all, like you said, a Renaissance man. You're a polymath. You are a man of many talents and a man of many interests. But tonight, specifically, we're talking Obi Wan. I'm sorry, we're talking Kenobi, the series, the most recent finished series from Disney, from the Star Wars world. So I do see that Donner Pass Whiskey is in chat. Cheers, Donner Pass Whiskey. Glad you could join us tonight. And Mike McClure, Mike McClune is in chat, but I saw the. Oh yeah, I saw the comment that he redacted the comment and had to read the comment to see if it was something that needed to be noted. Just testing the chat. That's cool. We all need to do that every once in a while. And I'm going to make my chat bigger so that I can see it easier. Because it's way over there across the room.
Is there a way for me to see the chat, or do I have to have the YouTube?
You're going to have to open up the YouTube. Yeah.
I'm on a borrowed laptop, so I don't really know all the intricacies of it. So I'll just let you tell me what people say in the chat.
Yeah, I'll let you, if anybody has a request. Cheers.
Yeah. Oh, cheers.
But housekeeping stuff.
A blueberry.
We're getting some dodgy shit over here. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. It does this to Lisa too. When she's on, I need to fix my Zoom screen real quick because it is capturing stuff that I don't want it to capture. Cursor capture. That's it. It doesn't need to be doing that. Okay. All right. Well, that looks like a fine and dandy beer you've got there, bud.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Good.
The beer is called Mechanical Donuts.
Mechanical Donuts. Who's it from again?
I bought it because of that, because it made me laugh, because I was like, breweries now are naming their product just by throwing a dart at like a board with a bunch of words on it.
We need a noun and we need an adjective. Spin it.
Yeah, it's like, here's all the sweet and savory things that we know people love to eat. Here's all the badass words. So throw a dart with either hand at either board. Wherever it lands, that's what the beer is.
It's the
Mechanical Donuts.
It's that jumping to conclusions mat that they had in Office Space, except for
it's the pretzel unicorn. Here it is. Like it's like.
What's the company that makes it?
This is made by oh my god, Lakewood Brewing Company.
Here in town?
It's the first time I've ever had anything from them. I actually don't know anything about them.
Okay.
The artwork grabbed me and the name grabbed me, and it's pretty good. Actually.
Well, I'll leave it up to chat.
Give it about 4 stars.
I'll leave it up to chat to find information about Lakewood Brewing Company.
Yeah, check them out. See where they are and let us know. I hope that they're not like a brewery offshoot of Lakewood Ministries, and then I'll need to like.
That would be funny, though. It would be so funny. Like that dude is just trying to make money on anything.
I mean, maybe he's worried that he's going to get reported for his like for politicizing things, and
it would be a pure money laundering operation, without question. Yeah. Mike McClune is trying to remember the first movie he saw in theaters when he was a kid. I have no idea how old.
I saw in theaters was Aladdin or The Lion King first? Which one came first?
I have no idea.
The Disney cartoons.
I don't think I saw either one of them in a theater. I think I saw them both on.
Well, I mean, I was like
video.
A kid.
I think the first Disney movie, first Disney cartoon I remember seeing in theaters was Little Mermaid when I was in college with the lovely Mrs. Old Humble Guy, because I tricked her into going to the movies with me and watching it's not Ultimate Soul. What shit? The movie with Doogie Howser and the Bugs and Starship Troopers. I tricked her. I tricked her. Like, I didn't trick her into going on a date on me. We were already dating. I tricked her into going to this movie with me to see that movie. And she, at the end of that movie, she looked at me. She said, "You owe me one movie, And the payback for that movie was to go see The Little Mermaid. So
You know what you know what's funny is I think that I would rate Little Mermaid and Starship Troopers exactly the same.
really
On my
now,
subjective rating scale, I think I would put them at the exact same rating.
yeah. I thought Starship Troopers was a far superior movie, but for
That's
what
fair.
they are,
Yeah.
what they are, with Starship Troopers being a spacey shoot 'em up alien proto-fascist satire, and Little Mermaid being a kind of vague pedophilia type of Stockholm syndrome, trap a guy into marrying you type of thing. It was a really good one of those. So they were both in the genre that they were in.
Yeah.
They were both really good.
Yeah, that's real.
You wash up on the shore and then trap a guy into marrying you. I mean, use what you have.
Yeah,
And-
but come on, Kiss the Girl's a banger.
Oh yeah, the music
that
was
song
great. The
is-
music was great. But I mean, what better message to girls could you give them than like trick him into marrying you and then show your true self?
There's also nothing more 90s than excusing rapey plot details with banger songs.
Oh yeah.
Like that's super 90s.
But if you break down those old classic Disney movies that are based on old classic stories from like the 1400s, they're all kind of rapey.
Oh,
a little
yeah.
bit on a certain level, like guys going through the woods, he sees a dead chick and he has sex with her. That's just, and then she gets pregnant and then he marries her because his wife says if you're going to get some dead chick married or pregnant, you've got to marry her. So now he has 2 wives. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Fairy tales. Just beautiful.
Mike McClune says Lakewood Brewing is out of Garland, Texas,
Okay.
but he has never had any of their beers, and he is also 45 years young, born 1977.
All right.
So he's the same era of movies as me, in this current iteration of my human form.
And I'm just slightly after you guys, just a little tiny bit.
Right, which is why you didn't see Empire Strikes Back in the theater. You were 10 years after the fact.
They were all gone from the theaters by the time I was.
Oh, were they now? So, fun fact: the lovely Mrs. Old Humble Guy and myself broke up when we were in college for about a month and a half, and our first date back together was Star Wars: A New Hope re-released in theaters. So, when I tell people the story of our dating life, I say, "Yeah, we started dating on that night." And she's like, "No, that's after you broke up with me. You dumped me." Like, no, that was the old you, baby. I got back together with the new you. You see, you changed. And that was...
Or you changed.
Oh, yeah, probably. I just realized I was far stupider than I thought I was. Like, I'm a fucking idiot. What am I doing here? Oh, my God. True story. After I broke up with her, I went and started dating some other chick. I think her name was Amy. I don't remember exactly. But I remember sitting there in her, it was her living room, I think, or it was either her living room or bar. I can't remember when we were having this conversation, but I remember her just talking in my face and just talking, and thinking, my God, you've got to be the stupidest human being on the entire planet. Holy shit, what did I do? What am I doing? Oh my God, I've got to get back together with my ex.
Sometimes we get sometimes you have those realizations. I dated this girl. She lived in another country, and she.
I don't know her. She goes to a different high school. She's from Canada.
Yeah, but she came to Los Angeles to see me. After we were long distance. She was living in another country, and she got there, and like 2 days in, we were at an open mic night somewhere, and it wasn't like LA open mic nights are different from Houston open mic nights. Like LA open mic nights, they're listening rooms. You sit there and you're quiet and you pay attention.
Oh.
And you actually give like full attention to the people performing.
That is different.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I love it. I missed that. I tried to create that in Houston and I just couldn't.
Yeah.
People don't want that here, so it sucked.
They
But
turn
anyway.
around from the bar and go, "Can y'all keep it down? We're trying to have a conversation here."
It frustrated the hell out of me, but yeah, I love those nights. But I took her to one, and we were watching one, and she kept trying to talk during it to other people around us and stuff. And I kept to being like, "You can't." And I told her later, like we're leaving, and I was like, that's a place where we listen to pay attention. And she was like, why on earth would I want to go to that? And I was like, oh no. Oh no. It's like, you came all the way from other country to be here, and I have now realized that this is a huge mistake and we are not compatible. Because that was like a complete deal breaker for me. I was like, that's
wow. Well, it was in LA, so the other country was, if the other country was Mexico, it's not too much of a trip. But if the other country was
not
Canada,
Mexico.
so
it was about a 25-hour flight. So
oh shit, a flight?
Yeah.
Damn, that's like across the ocean.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah, she came all this way to just make a big stupid dumb statement. Yeah, see, that's why people need to watch Little Mermaid. You hide your true self from somebody until after they're trapped, and then you show them, oh, actually, I don't really like music. You're like, oh shit, this is gonna cost me half my
sometimes you
stuff.
can have those moments where you're like, oh my god, I've been an idiot. How did I not see this? How did I not see these? Because then I started thinking back to other things that she said. I was like, oh no, the writing was always there on the wall.
Yeah, it's that the usual suspects thing that comes out. You're like, oh wait, you were just repeating stuff that was on the motivational posters in my bedroom. Damn it. That's why you said hang in there all the time, because of the little kitten on the But anyway, all right. Little housekeeping I need to get out of the way so that we can now entertain the people who are listening.
For sure.
The Old Humble Roadshow has been on for a week. I'm back at the downtown store, the Mothership, tomorrow. Not Kingwood. The Mothership is tomorrow. Smith Street in Houston. Saturday, I am at, where am I at on Saturday? What month is this? July? Saturday, I am at Bay Area, Specs, and finally, wait, tomorrow's Thursday. Thursday, I'm in downtown. Friday, I'm the Bay Area Specs, and Saturday, I'm in the Jones Road Specs. So you get me on the central, southeast, and northwest side, sides of town over the next 3 days. So there you go. That's the Old Humble Roadshow. You'll find us trivia night, Thursday night, Friday night. No show planned. I might actually talk to my family and do some stuff, but we are working on a marketing blitz so people can pay attention and see stuff and go buy whiskey and do all those things. That's the housekeeping. We got all that shit out of the way. Good. Oh, and 2 shows that are that I'm working on, currently editing together 2 shows right now. Yeah, he's just gonna go off and do some stuff. That's fine. He's got a lawn to mow and British women to disappoint him and things like that. We got our 100,000 views update program, which will be posted probably Monday or Tuesday, and then the firework extravaganza from the 4th. I'm almost done editing that together. That'll be coming out either Friday or Saturday, probably Sunday. If I'm being completely honest, it'll probably be Sunday. It looks like the runtime's going to be something like 10 minutes. With a little banter from me and Melissa, holy shit, from me and Lisa, the recitation of the Declaration of Independence, which is the whole reason for the Independence Day celebration, the actual fireworks, and of course, thank you all for getting us past 600 subscribers. If you want to see a bigger and better fireworks show for New Year's, make that number above my head higher, and I will make more fireworks go up into the air on New Year's just for you pyromaniac ding-dongs. You want to see 5,000 fireworks? Get me past 5,000 subscribers. I'll launch that shit up in the air. I don't have any problem with that. Show my neighbors who's boss. What's up? Anyway, they already know. They already know I don't give a shit. I'll light the trees on fire. It's fun. I'd rather not light the trees on fire. They're really nice. But I'll do it if that's what y'all want. We'll make it happen. And just because I am a benevolent dictator, I will make sure that Lisa knows how to switch between the cameras on our next show so that we don't have the camera on her face while the fireworks are going off 40 feet in the other direction. Sorry about that. That actually happened. So there you go. Ryan.
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Sorry, I had to leave for a second because I heard my cat's water fountain was making the noise that it's out of water. to take care of my fuzzy children.
So check this out. I've got guinea pigs. My bird died 2 days ago. So Hugin, my bird, died the day July 5th. What is today? The 6th? I guess it was yesterday. Maybe it was the 4th of July he died. I can't remember. He died a couple days ago. Anyway, it was just a parakeet. It's not like he was a beloved family pet. He was kind of decoration. I liked him. He was cool. He was a cool bird, but now he's dead.
Yeah.
So now I have to decide if I want to get a new parakeet or if I just have a bird cage. But I might just have a bird cage and I just leave it out there, and then when people come, like, "Where's your bird?" I'm like,
can you get him taxidermied?
Oh no, I've already tossed. Today was garbage day. He's gone. Like I said, not a beloved family pet. We didn't have a graveside service or anything. He's just gone. He has made an appearance on the happy hours before on my shoulder, but anyway, he was a cool bird, but now he's a dead bird. An ex-parakeet, if you will. He is no more.
Solid reference.
Anyway, so we have guinea pigs. We have a whole fucking farm. We have cat, dog, guinea pigs. We had birds. Anyway, so the guinea pigs get fed on a fairly regular schedule every evening. They get their vegetables. They eat better than I do. They have vegetables and fruits and the alfalfa hay and all the stuff. My dog has adopted these furry little terrorists as his own. So when they want something, he'll bug us to go outside and poop and pee in the grass, and he'll bug us when he wants food. But when it's time to feed the guinea pigs, he comes over and he starts harassing us. Like, they'll start squeaking. Like, it's time to be fed. They'll start shaking. Cheers, Twisted Art Lady. They'll start shaking their cage and weeking at us. Wee, 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 wee. That's noises they make. But when it's time for them to be fed, he will come and start snorting in our laps, pawing at us, looking at us expectantly, tap, tap, tapping on the ground. He is insufferable when it's time to feed. He's like, my
deserve dogs.
My pets need food.
That's amazing. I love dogs so much. That's so great.
It's the cutest little thing because he's adopted these little things basically as his own little pets. He's like, it's time to feed them. Come on, let's go.
You gotta film that and put it on the TikToks and the Instagrams. Get your
probably ought to. I mean, he is my official distillery mascot, so I should probably record him being a little caretaker for his babies.
1000% you should.
Yeah.
From your official account. Yeah.
Plus, they've learned how to open up their cage. They'll in the middle of the night they'll open up the cage and just kind of run. They run a circle around the cage. It's like the cage is this big. They run a circle that's that big. That's what they do.
They're like fuzzy, adorable velociraptors.
Yeah, they're the rottenest, and I love them to death. They're so cute. Anyway, so
all right, let's talk Star Wars.
How the fuck did we get onto guinea pigs from Star? Anyway, because you're a cat. That's why. It's your fault. I blame you. Anyway, okay, so
we're probably gonna make guest appearances throughout the show. Maybe.
No, look at the kitty. I'm not gonna go get the guinea pigs. They're over there in the other room. Right. Although my dog may be making an appearance at some point tonight. Anyway, so Marvel buys Disney. You said
the way around.
Yeah, right. Marvel fucking owns Disney at this point. Marvel owns Disney and Star Wars owns Disney. That's all Disney is Marvel and Star Wars. Yeah. Like 80% of the value of that entire company is Marvel and Disney, or Marvel and Star Wars.
I didn't even mean to be wearing Marvel stuff, but I'm wearing all Marvel stuff right now. Like, my beer glass has the Hulk on it.
Nice. Anyway, so they start making all these movies. The last third of the trilogy was not George Lucas's original stories.
Which trilogy?
The last three of the trilogy, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
And he apparently has some kind of a non-disparagement clause in his contract because he's tiptoeing right up to the line of that's betrayal of the complete story. But he's like, that's not my story. It's fine. It's a very popular movie, but that's not my story.
He always said in interviews, he always used to say that he wanted it to be about. He knew what he wanted the other stories to be about. He wanted it to be about their kids.
Right.
Like he didn't. I mean, and while I recognize that I'm in a minority when I say that I like the direction they took the sequels. I don't think they nailed the landing at all. I think number 9 missed the mark in a lot of ways, but I liked what they were building to. And I don't think I would have liked to see just, because I read all the EU books. Like,
Yeah.
I've been reading them actually now. The ones that I missed as a kid, I've been rereading now, just so I feel like I have a leg to stand on when I argue with the other nerds. Like Jace, the Solo twins and all that stuff. It just I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something so compelling about the what they were building to with Rey that they fucking fumbled the ball with in number 9. There's something so compelling about the chosen one not being a Skywalker, not being part of the Skywalker line, just being some random person. Oh, we like the thing that chooses who the one is, realize they fumbled the ball with Anakin, and Luke is like the Luke is the Force, treating Anakin like a disease in the body, and Luke is the antibodies that come and take care of that, and then they just kind of reset and find it somewhere else, like go out of it.
Yeah.
You know, like I love that. I think that's way more compelling than her being a fucking Palpatine or what.
Right,
like,
right. I like,
and also, what better way to finally end the stories of the Skywalker line than to truly end the Skywalker line?
right, exactly.
With it.
Yeah,
But
I like the idea. It seemed like what they were building to was this, like, unleashing the Force into the galaxy, so to speak, so that everybody had it. And it was more, it wasn't confined into the church. There was a Protestant revolution of Jediism. Somebody nailed the theses to the wall, and then all of a sudden, everybody's a priest. Everybody's a Jedi.
Luther.
Everybody's a master. And it just like it escapes, and like, like in the Lego movie, everyone's the special or whatever. And then nobody's special, but everyone's special. You've all got the thing. And I liked how they were building, and it did. It felt like they fumbled the ball. And rewatching a lot of it, the second, third, and fifth time through is just like, God, could have been such a better story.
I got a lot of friends in the industry, and I hate to be like, I know some gossip, and I know because everybody says they got their connect from their gossip. But like everybody that I know that works in that industry has been like, Disney read the fanboy reaction of all the rage from Last Jedi and desperately tried to overcompensate. And when they got J.J. Abrams, brought him in for 9 when they fired Colin Trevorrow, I don't know how you say his name. Colin Westphal from Lost World. When they brought
I don't even know what his name is.
To take his place, they gave JJ this like long list of do not do this, this cannot happen, and basically forced him to retcon 8. And the real problem, and I'm an unabashed lover of The Last Jedi, as you know, and any of my friends know.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I think it's the best Star Wars movie ever. I love it so much. And when you look at the hatred for that movie and compare it to the hatred of Empire Strikes Back, when Empire Strikes Back came out, it's exactly the same.
Oh,
nerds complain about that the exact same way they complain about Empire Strikes Back.
Then they did something right.
And so like back then you didn't have the internet. So people were just pitching to their friends.
They're writing letters to the editor.
Yeah, well, and you can find them.
Handwritten letters to the editor, mind you.
They exist. There are letters to the editor about people yelling about how Empire Strikes Back ruined Star Wars.
I believe it.
And you can read them, and they read almost exactly like people that complain about Last Jedi. And if we hadn't, if Star Wars execs hadn't have access to all this shit and all these YouTube videos of neckbeards crying about it, we could have let the story unfold in the way that it organically should have unfolded.
Right.
Guarantee you, if that had happened, we'd have been sitting here with the chapter 9 that would have been like, okay, cool, that worked, and we would have all been. I think we would have all like joined hands and been like, great, Star Wars ended so well. But the problem is, people got all up in arms and got real pissy about shit, and it kneecapped the entire franchise. And I think 9, a lot of the decisions in 9 actually almost retroactively make all the other 8 movies a little bit worse, which is kind of a bummer to say.
Well, one of the things,
my opinion about Obi-Wan.
See, but one of the things about the fan reaction to a Star Wars story that came before that, I think, is what made Kenobi a better product in the outcome. Because Solo, I've said several times, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it again. Solo would have been so much better as a 6-show series or an 8-show series or a periodic series of like 3 little vignettes that came out of of Han Solo, Space Pirate, or The Adventures of Han Solo, a periodic series of like a 30 or 45-minute show that came out. And this is his escape from wherever. This is the finding of Chewbacca, the pairing with Chewbacca, or that train heist, or the discovery of the Millennium Falcon, or when he meets Lando. All of these stories would have been great stories.
Yeah.
But they do not make a single narrative because he's a legendary space pirate, smuggler, and he's a collection of stories, and the stories don't have to be real. In fact, they're probably not, because he's Han fucking Solo. They're not real. They're legends, and that's what makes Han Solo cool.
It's also a fake character. It's all fake. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a made up character, of course. Yeah. It's a made up character in a made up world, and it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a cohesive thing, especially if you think of storytelling anyway. But it would have been so good. Just like the prequel trilogies would have been so good if the love story between Anakin and Padme would have been like, oh, y'all did something on the island together, didn't you?
The prequels needed two things. I loathe the prequels for many reasons, but to be honest, you could have won me over with the prequels, and I would have been able to stomach most of the things that I didn't like about the prequels if the script right. Like Lucas's stories are fine.
Yeah.
The stories of those three movies, like the are terrible. The dialogue is nails on chalkboard.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then the other thing you needed is a different director. Like I can stomach all that shitty CGI. I can stomach
God, there was so much of it.
Like I talk a lot about how I don't like clean Star Wars. I like my Star Wars to kind of be dingy and dirty and like. I mean, right. I'm speaking.
Which is the original trilogy, and the third part
gritty.
Is very gritty. Yeah.
The story's not gritty, but the visuals are very.
The visuals are very gritty. Yeah.
Yeah, and you got the Henson Creature Shop. Everything's made like all tactical.
Right.
But like, so I could have stomached all the cleanliness and all the CGI shit of the prequels if the dialogue had been strong and we'd had somebody directing it that wasn't fucking George Lucas. And I mean, speaking as an actor. Like I've been an actor my whole life, and I've worked with a lot of different kinds of directors. And there's different kinds of directors. There's directors that are focused on the way things look and feel, and there are directors that are focused on character beats. And the best productions are the ones that have people that do both. Mm-hmm. And Lucas does not. I don't think he gives a shit about character beats. I don't think that's intentional. I don't think he means to not care about it. I just don't think it's something that enters into his brain.
It's not his thing.
Yeah, he's like, well, the story will, when they see the story, it'll all make sense and they'll like it. Right. And he's not thinking about the work that you need to do with your actors to get them to these places to create these moments. And when if you can make Natalie Portman look wooden, and like if you can make me bored watching Natalie Portman, you're doing a terrible job. She's one of the best actors of the generation. Like she's incredible.
Oh yeah, she's amazing. And
watch
that was
Black Swan, and then watch. Attack of the Clones.
Yeah,
you'd be like, how is this the same person?
And we're rewatching 1 and 2 and 3, having finished the Obi Wan or the Kenobi series. We're rewatching 1, 2, and 3 now because that was where Obi Wan was the main character, as opposed to a side note character. And we're noticing, the shortcutted CGI, the character, but the feel of the story is definitely like. Bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. We've got to go from here to here to here to here to here. Just make it happen. Just go from this bullet point to that bullet point. And it really does feel like a presentation as opposed to a production.
Yeah, because Lucas never gets out of the outline phase.
Right.
He builds it because that's where he has fun. He has fun in building these planets and these races.
And the backgrounds and the imagery and all the stuff it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And that's one of the things I do appreciate about the prequels is that it's so clean and pretty, and it has a stark contrast between the days of the Republic and the days of the Empire, and then the brutish, brutal kind of gritty, for lack of a better term, just the bulkiness of the Imperial age. But
and like the thing is that you had those first three movies, like the OGs, the original trilogy, 4, 5, 6, like Lucas had people that did the things he doesn't do.
Right.
He had Irvin Kershner and Lawrence Kasdan and George's ex-wife, who did so much of the work behind the cameras. Like you got all these people that they were the Bernie Taupin to his Elton John. They were doing the meat of the work so that he could shine at what he shines at, and he's so good at like building these races and these characters and these visuals and these things. But like when you have that magical combo of the people that are watching out for the character beats and watching out to make sure that your dialogue makes sense, and like that's when you get that magic. And when you neglect it, it falls apart. And that's for me why the prequels just don't work at all, because there's none of that. It's completely missing the heart. It has the visual and the shine and the sheen and it's glistening and it's pretty, and it's some of the best actors of our generation, except and Hayden Christensen. But like it's just so missed the mark, and it was so disappointing. And then the new trilogy, J.J. Abrams is a lot like George Lucas in a lot of ways. JJ is so good at visuals. He's so good at creating the scope and like the beauty. And where J.J. Abrams lacks is in the same spot Lucas lacks. He doesn't find the heart. He doesn't I love what's the 88 mil? What's the J.J. Abrams movie? 80 something millimeter.
80 millimeter. Yeah. 40 millimeter.
Is that what it's called?
The one where the train crashes.
Alien.
Yeah, the train is one of the Copperfield.
Yeah,
part of the.
I watched that movie in the theater, and I was like this the whole time.
Yeah,
like I loved it, and then I walked away from it, and I was like, wait, like that movie was nothing. There was nothing in that movie. Why did I love it so much? And I watched it again. I was like, oh, this movie is gorgeous. It's beautiful. But it's also completely like loveless. It has no heart.
Right.
And like that's problem. And it's a franchise, and they can't just give a co-director. Just get two people. Just get people.
Right. Somebody does the pretty visual stuff, and then somebody with a notebook that says, "Actually, this doesn't make any sense. Let's smooth that. Either cut these things out or smooth out this dialogue because it just doesn't."
And admittedly, I'm a Ryan Johnson stan. I love Ryan Johnson. I think he's incredible. I love all of his work. But like, The Last Jedi does all of that. For me, it hits everything. It hits every note. Like he's got the beautiful scope in this. Like you watch the cinematography in that movie is fucking incredible. Just the whole battle scene on Crate, the Salt Planet, with the red lions, of the harking back to the samurai films.
Yeah,
which is where Star Wars comes from originally, even to begin with. Like he's paying homage to every era of Star Wars through this movies. The Canto Bight stuff pays homage to the prequels. Like there's like it's beautiful. It's so perfect. And story-wise, it's gorgeous, and the dialogue makes sense. It all clicks and connects, and there's heart, and the characters make decisions that make sense for the characters, and everything it just clicks and connects, and it was so exciting. And I walked out of the theater that day like, I can't believe I just saw like this.
It was beautiful.
Back to the OT, it's harkening back to Empire, and then just we all know what happened next.
Right. Of the finale trilogy, I think I saw The Last Jedi in the theaters more than the other two. Yeah. I think I saw that one like 5 times in the theater. This is fucking embarrassing to even say out loud. I think I saw that movie 5 times in the theaters.
Yeah.
I saw it by myself. Then I saw it with my family, my immediate family, my kids and my wife. And then I saw it. I think I saw it by myself. I took my sister to go see it. I went and just got her out of her place and went and saw the movie with her. And then I saw it with my family. And then I saw it with my brother and his kids and my sister-in-law. And then I think I saw it again by myself. I think I saw that movie 2 times by myself in the theater, which is weird.
It's not that weird.
It's weird for a 40-something dude to go watch, or 30-something dude. I don't remember when it came out. To go to a movie theater by himself in the middle of the day, that's a little bit weird.
It's not weird, man. I saw Endgame 7 times in theater. I get it. I'm with you. Like, it's just like, you see, when something makes you happy, something speaks to you, like...
It was so pretty. And
It's so
the scene with
gorgeous.
Luke and Kylo and all, and it was just like, God, that's so much.
The red
Anyway,
lines and the white salt. It's
but
just,
see, that's something that wouldn't have happened if it was a Lucas operation. That is something that we got to benefit. That is one of the ways that Disney's ownership benefited the franchise entirely. Because those big sweeping movie, J.J. Abrams as a director would never have happened in a Lucas operation. Absolutely never happened, because Lucas would have been the director.
Yeah.
Without question. The Solo movie would have been that movie, the way it shit the bed would have been the end of Star Wars stories. There would be never another one.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have gotten the Mandalorian. We wouldn't have gotten the Book of Boba Fett. We wouldn't have gotten Kenobi.
Yeah.
If
I almost didn't finish Solo the first time. I've only watched it one time. I made it. I suffered through one time. I literally paused. I was watching my computer.
And we definitely wouldn't have gotten a Rogue One.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Because that wouldn't have even been written.
Solo. I paused Solo. I pressed pause after he was getting his like Imperial passport to leave the planet, and the Imperial guy's like, "No last name." Solo. I paused it. I was like,
yeah, there was so much about that movie.
I was like, I got up and I walked. I took a lap around the apartment. I was like, I don't know if I can finish this. I don't know if this is like. Yeah. This felt like the first Harry Potter movie.
Of all the criticisms of all the movies, that one holds them. Like all of the various criticisms, that's all in one movie right there.
It does everything.
It reads like an outline. The dialogue is just contrived. The situation is contrived. The attitudes and emotions and the 180 flips and all the shit is as bad as in Walking Dead, but it's all in a 90-minute movie. It's just...
yeah.
And it's just like...
If Donald Glover can't save your movie can't be saved.
Right. And we need to put them... It's like in Game of Thrones. We need them in Westeros. Okay. They're in Westeros now. Okay, now we need them to be in the Red Keep. They're in the Red Keep. It's like teleportation, but in Solo, it was just like, just drop them somewhere. Whatever, fuck it, who cares? Now we need these people over here. Okay, they're over here. Now we need these people over there. Okay, they're over there. Ugh, it was, God, that would have been so much better. So much better. And I'll say it again. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. So much better. It's like an 6 or 8 episode.
Yeah. And I love that idea, because a lot of my problems with Solo is like, you're familiar with the Patton Oswalt bit about why he doesn't like the prequels, right?
Oh yeah.
Where he's like, I don't want to watch them when they're kids. I don't care about where the stuff I love comes from. I just care about the stuff I love. And like, that's my problem with Solo. It's like, I don't care about how he got the Millennium Falcon or how he got Chewie, or like, I want to see them having fun together and doing shit and like going like, and if you'd done it like a series, like you're talking, you could have had the Han meeting Chewie or Han leaving his home planet or the Kessel Run. That could have all been told in flashbacks.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Adventures. And like that, I'm down with. I'm down with like, oh, I'm gonna remember. Let's remember that when this happened, and we go to a flashback. Like, my favorite show of all time is Firefly. I've seen Firefly.
Oh yeah, God,
more
yes.
than I've ever seen.
That's why I like
the episode where, yeah, but the episode where Mal is shot and dying on the ship.
Oh right, yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah.
And while he's like trying to, and like he keeps having flashbacks and remembering like how the crew got together.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that's one of the most beautiful episodes of television in history.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
And like you could have absolutely emulated that with Solo, and like I don't need. And also weird to have the suggestion that Chewbacca's been eating people down in that cave. Like that's weird. Like because when we meet Chewie, he's like in this corner and he's throwing human skeleton pieces and shit. And like I'm like, so Chewie's just been eating people? like what? Like who is Chewbacca?
I know, right? That was messed up. The whole Solo series, every single episode could have been kicked off with Harrison Ford as Han Solo in a bar, talking to somebody. Like, did you ever hear about the time that I? And then like the whole show is just a flashback from there, and that's it. It just has to be like the one scene. You could have done it in an afternoon. Harrison Ford, did you ever hear about that time that I? And then it just fades into the story. Yeah, that's it.
I think he wouldn't have done it though. Harrison Ford's been trying to get out of playing Han Solo since he got cast as Han Solo.
He could have gotten $2 million for half of a sentence.
That's fair.
Did you ever hear the line? And that's it. It's just that's the only time Harrison Ford in every show starts the same way.
Are you pitching Star Wars How I Met Your Mother? Is that...
Basically, that's what it is. And
I mean,
you could have
I'm into it.
and it could be animated. You could have a different person playing Solo, a different just get a group of actors to play all the people together, and it doesn't even fucking matter.
I will say, just like with the prequels, the actors were not a problem with Solo.
It could be fan fiction.
That cast is stellar.
Oh yeah,
that whole cast.
The cast was great, absolutely. But it could be fan fiction. It could just be guys making a Han Solo fanfic for YouTube, and then Disney buying it and putting it in the thing with the Harrison Ford introduction, and that's it. It's just a.
You don't gotta convince me, man. I'm right through. I'm into it.
It's just a shitty thing with kids in terry cloth robes in their backyard, and that one hairy guy going. That's Chewie. Just accept it's Chewie. Just don't worry about it. Anyway, but the dismalness that was Solo led to The Mandalorian, Boba Fett. We just kind of skipped over Rogue One entirely, which was very likely the best of the trilogy.
Nobody has any problems with Rogue One. We all agree Rogue One.
It's absolutely fun.
We're all in agreement. It was fun. I have 3 things I didn't like about Rogue One, but they're petty little stupid things.
I have a lot that I didn't like. When I watch it again, I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Why'd they do that? Why'd they do that? That's stupid. But I loved it all the same. But
it's at least on a tier with like the OT and Last Jedi.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's a quality film. It's got its issues, like they all do.
They all do, yeah.
Nothing that breaks my brain.
But as a storytelling, see, I always look at movies like this is somebody telling a story. It's not a documentary. It's somebody telling a story. It's fine. It has its issues. It's fine. Whatever. Well, how did you get from the hotel down to the cab? You were upstairs. Shut up. It's a story. This is how it happened. Anyway.
Sometimes stuff just happens. Yeah.
But the final scene of Rogue One is just like the whole movie leads up to that, and this is fucking awesome. And the final scene in Rogue One, oh my god, the payoff. All the issues that I had with Kenobi, all of the issues, and I had several issues. I really, really liked the series. There was a lot of issues in the series, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, but fine, whatever. I don't know, fine, whatever. But then those 2 scenes, the sword fight, the lightsaber fight in episode, I think 4, and then the finale in 6, and then in episode 5 when it was what's her face? Reva and Vader. And I was I mean, I had to have a pillow and a blanket on my lap because my family was in the room with me. It would have been really weird if I'm sitting there watching Star Wars with a full on boner. Just like, because my youngest is only 11. That would have been like awkward forever.
Yeah. You're going to jail.
Bacon's calling us. The goddamn Bacon is telling us that we are nerds. True, I'm down. I'm unashamedly. In fact, if you look, this is a piece of trivia that doesn't get shown very often. That is Poe's TIE Fighter.
Oh, cool.
Where's my finger? There it is. Oop.
Nice.
So, I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of it even a little bit. I have my own TIE Fighter, like a boss. What's going on with my headphones? Stop it. Quit that. Anyway, but of the issues that, there was like timeline stuff, like Obi Wan Kenobi's an old man in A New Hope, and he doesn't appear to be that old.
I can totally accept.
He's only like 10 or 15 years.
Age you faster.
Oh, sure.
That's fine for me. That's like
being separated from the Force will it wears on you or whatever. Like, okay, fine.
I have no issue with that at all. Yeah.
But almost every issue that I had was just like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Whatever. That's fine. Show me the lightsaber fight. Just get on with it, please. Thank you. I liked so much about it. And what I liked most was that it filled in the personal dynamic that felt kind of clumsy in the prequel trilogy. and then you come into the Kenobi series, and it kind of fills out that clumsiness. I don't know. I don't think it was really retconning it. I think it just kind of gives a little bit more context to that, to how Anakin wanted a father figure, but what he got was a brother, and Obi-Wan wasn't really fulfilling that need that Anakin had, and the disappointment that Obi-Wan felt was more that Anakin wasn't that Anakin never got out of the kid looking to a father figure and into the Anakin never got into the brother role that Obi-Wan wanted him to have, and Obi-Wan never did the father figure role that Anakin wanted him to have, and there was that weirdness of the conflict there that I didn't really get in the prequel trilogy, but it kind of fleshed it out in the Kenobi series. Does that make sense?
Did you watch Clone Wars, the show?
I did not watch the series. I watched the movie.
A lot of that series is fleshing out that dynamic with Obi-Wan and Anakin.
You see, my fandom, I couldn't get into Clone Wars. I didn't really get into Bad Batch. I didn't really get into Rebels. I didn't really get into like the secondary series and the lore and the backgrounds, the comic books and the fanfic and the books and all that. I'm the movies guy. I like the movies.
Fair.
I just couldn't get into the other stuff.
That's got to be important too. Like the stories have to click and make sense for people that only watch the movies. They have to.
Right.
Like it's great when they pay attention and pay homage to the comics and the series, and they got to take care of canon and make sure they're appeasing the people that are spending their money time enjoying these things. But they also 100% need to make sure that these are accessible for people that just watch the movies.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I know that there's a depth and a richness to the lore and the history, but man, I've tried watching that Clone Wars series. Like,
it's hard.
I can't tell you how many times. And it's like every time it's like I get into the fourth or fifth show and I just lose interest. I have other stuff to do.
Here's the thing about Clone Wars. Clone Wars is 7 seasons long.
Yep.
And each season has about 25 episodes.
Yeah, it's thick.
It's a lot. It's a lot to get. And the first 3 seasons are intentionally geared at people aged 5 to 10. You know.
Yeah, they seem kind of kiddish.
It's rough. It's a rough watch, and on top of that, it's not. A lot of it is pretty poorly written. There are nuggets of gold amidst the soot. Like there's beautiful moments and beautiful episodes, and it rewards you so fully if you commit to it.
Yeah.
And like I'm thankful that I watched it all, even though there were numerous times through the first 4 seasons where I was like, I'm gonna give up. I don't want to watch this anymore. This is so bad. So many times in the first 4 seasons. There's a flip moment. There's a moment where it switches, and you're like, oh shit, okay. And then once you fall in love with Ahsoka, who is my second favorite character in all of Star Wars, I think. And
she's a complex character.
Yeah, she's incredible. But like, you don't get to know her unless you watch that show. She doesn't make sense until you watch that show.
That makes sense.
And then Rebels.
That was the other one. Yeah.
Rebels, I think, is better than almost all the movies. To me, it hits me stronger than all the live action shows easily.
Okay.
In most of the movies and a lot of the comics too. It's just beautiful. And the first season of Rebels, kind of like the first 4 seasons of Clone Wars, first season of Rebels is very kid friendly, but then it gets dark very quickly and gets intense and deals with darker things and more intense things. And the characters are just Rebels is kind of like an animated Firefly, honestly.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. The characters, there's a lot of the character archetypes line up with a lot of the archetypes from Firefly.
Yeah, I do know that there's from Rebels. I remember the one droid that goes around just goes wop 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 wop. Chopper. That's it.
Chopper. I love that whoever created Chopper was just like, what if we had R2D2 that was even more of a dick than R2D2? Chopper like straight up murders people.
But all he does is
pushes stormtroopers off cliffs and stuff. He's a badass.
But all he says is one single racial slur that we haven't used for like 75 years. Just goes around and calls everyone a wop. That'd be funny. Let's do that. Let's sneak that in there. See if we can get away with it.
Chopper is like if you put Cotton Hill, Hank Hill's dad from King of the Hill, into a droid. That's Chopper. He's great.
I get that.
He's so much fun.
That tracks. But I was telling my youngest, my 10-year-old Lefty, that like after we had the 3 episodes of Kenobi, and then the 4th episode when we got the first encounter between Obi-Wan and Vader, and I was on the edge of the couch, just like watching. I was in rapture, just loving it. See, for those of us a certain age, we only saw Vader for this brief moment in his full glory, and this brief moment in Return of the Jedi. Like, we didn't even see him in his full lightsaber abilities until the final episode, and it was just he was like a bit character throughout that, and that's one of the reasons why I just absolutely loved Return of the Sith or Revenge of the Sith, and then Rogue One, because you could see the full ability of Anakin, and then the full ability of Vader just coming out of the clouds and just wrecking the whole fucking place. And we never got that, but finally we get that in Obi-Wan in that fourth episode. And I was telling my son, like, that is a treat to be able to see the full power of the dude in the black cloak that we only get to see like a little bit on screen. And that first time we see him in Star Wars, The New Hope, the first time we see him, he has like 3 lines of dialogue, and then he kills Obi-Wan and slash, done. And that was
Let's
the
be
weakest.
Honest, Obi-Wan throws that fight.
Oh, he totally throws that fight. The weakest, lamest lightsaber duel in the entire series was the one where Obi-Wan dies.
But I love it though. I think it would make my top 5 lightsaber battles, because it is such a good illustration of who Obi-Wan is.
It makes the top 10 for me.
Throwing that fight and realizing like, I need to die here because this is the only way Luke is gonna like realize how important this shit is.
It makes top 5 character moments, but not lightsaber battle. That was a shitty lightsaber battle, but definitely a character.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying though. Like, I view these battles as like, what is their worth to the story? And like, does this battle matter? And that battle matters more than a lot of the other ones. So I think it's it's up there for me.
That's fair. I'll take it. The goddamn Bacon says that Rogue One shocked him because he watched it to see if they were going to muddy the reputation of Wedge Antilles and the Rogue Squadron. They did not.
Nah, they're not going to touch Wedge
at all.
Wedge is a golden child. They're never going to tarnish Wedge in any way, shape,
He's going to live forever.
Yep. Wedge dies happily of old age and is dead at 90.
So tell us, he dies with a belly full of wine and a mouth on his cock.
Yep. That's Wedge Antilles, man. Yeah. He's the only character that doesn't get top billing and has plot armor in all of Star Wars.
So I've talked a lot about Kenobi. You talk about Kenobi. Tell me what you thought about Kenobi. Like, it wasn't your favorite. You had issues. Tell me more.
I love Ewan McGregor. I think Ewan McGregor is an international treasure. I think he's fantastic.
And time out.
Yeah.
Bacon does say that if I were to watch Rebels, I would see that epic final fight between Maul and Kenobi. And I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
Yes. Also, the Ahsoka versus Vader fight.
I've heard that's dope as hell.
Honestly, because
wasn't that in Bad Batch? No,
it was in
Rebels. That is Rebels, right?
But the Ahsoka Vader fight, the Anakin Vader fight from the final episode of the Anakin and Obi-Wan fight from the final episode of Obi-Wan, it is very intentionally rhymes with the Ahsoka Vader fight from Rebels.
Oh, very cool. And I did see the Ahsoka.
Ahsoka is Anakin's Padawan. So
right. I did see the Ahsoka.
There's these
Maul fight from the Clone Wars.
No, you got to watch the Ahsoka Anakin from Rebels. That fight is beautiful.
Okay. And just as a pause button, real quick, I am going to let people know the cocktail that I'm drinking tonight is the Old Humble Highball, our straight whiskey, a little bit of ginger ale from the Canada Dry people, and a splash of lime. So that is the drink that I'm drinking tonight. It is a delightful summer treat. And it is delicious, nutritious, and it makes you a much better dancer. There it is. There you go. All right. So tell me about.
I'm just drinking this now. It's just a plum brandy from the Czech Republic. From the Czech Republic, and I was like, that sounds fun. Let's try that.
Yeah. Have I given you? Have you had a bottle of our Double Oak Rye yet?
No.
Okay.
I love a bottle.
Well, then I need to sponsor one of your upcoming live shows.
Hell yeah! I'm doing one tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'm in downtown. I'm at the downtown Specs tomorrow till 8, so I can swing by and drop you off a bottle.
Maybe I'll do the live show at 8:30.
Well, I'll drop off whatever the remnant is of the bottle that I'm using for the tasting. So
that's a deal. I love it.
There you go.
But so as far as my thoughts on Obi-Wan, like I feel there are parts of me that feel very petty for how I responded to Obi-Wan, because it feels like the showrunners were massive fans of the prequels, and maybe they grew up with the prequels more so than the OT, and which is fine, and that's its own thing. But I personally feel that having Vader and Obi-Wan interact at all, let alone meet and battle in between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, kneecaps the entire original trilogy.
You think? Okay.
I think it hurts. I do. I think seeing them meet and fight at all hurts A New Hope, and it hurts that battle. It hurts that moment of Obi-Wan coming onto the Death Star to find Vader. I think that all now has taken a massive punch to the gut. And it's unfortunately really colored Star Wars as a whole for me in much the same way that Episode 9 did. It kind of like took the whole series down a few notches in my brain, which kind of that sucks to say. And I hate that I feel that way. And I really wish that I liked it as much as everybody else did. I wish that I could have just had fun watching the battles and just had fun watching Anakin and Vader interact, but I just didn't. It was a bummer to see. I was sad that they brought him on. I don't think Hayden Christensen's gotten any better. I've seen a lot of people talk about how like, oh man, Hayden Christensen's really owned the haters. I'm like, no, he didn't. He was still bad. Like this, I still thought he was bad at it. He's not a good actor.
He is even better. I think he is much better as an emotionless cyborg that is.
You mean the scenes where they mixed his voice with that's a computer. Like it's great. Like, and he did fine in the suit. He did fine. Like, but like the scenes where we actually see him, I was like, he's not good. He's bad at this.
Oh yeah. No.
And like, I don't like insulting somebody that I don't know. It doesn't feel good. But like, it's frustrating as well, because I'm like, people have been like, he's gonna be better. Just watch. He's got a different director this time. He's gonna be better. And
he was not.
He's not better. It's not. I didn't think the moment where he's got the mask sliced off and he's got the evil look and they're like, I get it. It's fine. Like writing wise, it's fine. It's whatever. It just didn't do it for me. It didn't move me. I don't think he did a good job with it. I think he did the best job that he's capable of.
I think he did. Yeah. See,
that's fine.
I found him as the emotionless Vader more convincing than him as the swooning love child, the swooning paramour of the queen, of Princess Amidala. I found him way wooden and way just, oh god, vomit inducing in those
I hate
in the
sand.
Clone Wars. It was so terrible, so bad. That was
Of course, and it gets in everything.
The least convincing the least convincing child who's in love with a girl. But he was way convincing as a guy who's like been separated from emotion, and just all he can feel is rage. And
none of that is my problem with him.
I wasn't buying the rage.
I was like, as soon as you could see his eye, I was like, oh, I'm at a high school theater production.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it just didn't, like, I don't know. And like I had a lot of hope for this series because there's a lot of money and time and thought behind it. But then there's all these, like, the cinematography is gorgeous. Let me say nice things. The cinematography is beautiful. The CGI is gorgeous. even the CGI that is wonky, like the Eope, the thing that Obi-Wan rides, the camel thing, like that CGI is kind of touchy at times, and I kind of wish they'd just use a Henson creature like Matt, like Muppet thing.
He says they used a real camel.
It's still good.
He used a real camel that was CGI'd over.
I saw Ewan McGregor wanted to adopt the camel, but then he like thought better of it and didn't. He's like, because he read the story about Viggo Mortensen adopting the horse that he rode in Lord of the Rings.
Right.
Maybe I should adopt this camel. And then he was like, where am I going to put a camel? But the CGI is nice. The cinematography is gorgeous. Ewan McGregor is incredible. Moses Ingram? Is that her name?
I don't know.
Who plays
I don't
Reva.
know actresses' names or actors' names.
Well, Reva's incredible. The little girl playing Leia is incredible. Like, the actors are all doing fine work. The directors are doing the best they can. Yet again, the same thing I talked about earlier with the old Star Wars movies. We're missing that fucking script. The script is terrible. The dialogue is wonky and awkward and like it wobbles its way through every scene. And God help me, some of the decisions these characters make no fucking sense. What's his name? The kind of like the guy that looks like the kind of like curly haired guy with the goat that he's like angry when Obi-Wan shows up. His name is like you know what I'm talking about when they meet the rebels.
Rasha,
like,
not Rasha.
Get out of here. Get him out of here. We're not helping him. Like that guy, like, you know, whatever. That's a compelling character type, archetype. We've seen that in Star Wars a lot. That's fine. But then like Obi-Wan's like, please, you must help us. And he's like, you don't know what the war's been like. And he's like, I know what the war's been like. I lost my wife in the war. Don't tell me what the war's been like. Yeah, I'm gonna help you. I'm like, what? Why? What? How
but in fairness, did you see Obi-Wan's hands? Because he might have done that thing.
Maybe he's doing this under his robe. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if they'd shown him doing that, I've been like, okay, cool, I get it. That's good. Yeah. He's doing anything he can to like get Leia safe. That's cool. I'd have been down with that. But like, as it stands, I'm like, this guy there was no reason for him to change his mind. There was literally nothing. And then people died. So many people died because he made that choice, and he made that choice for no reason. Yeah. And it didn't make any sense with the character. And I was so frustrated. I literally paused it. I was in a room by myself watching it, and I screamed, "Why?" And I looked around me to see if anybody happened to just be in the apartment watching it. And
so what Ryan is trying to say is at that moment he lost his erection. It took him several scenes to get it back.
It's true though. Yeah,
I agree. There were several points in the script where they just like shortcutted. They went from point A to point B, and there wasn't enough development between. Why does
Haja start to help him?
The fake Jedi.
Yeah, the fake Jedi. Like, why does he like? There's no reason for him. Like the kid tells him who Obi-Wan is. He goes, "Oh shit!" And it looks like, yeah, I got to go cash in that bounty. And like, that's fun. And the fun reversal is like, no, I've always believed in the Jedi or whatever. But he doesn't really say that. He just kind of is like, you're not alone. We're here to help you. Yeah. And like, that's a dialogue issue right there. That's a dialogue issue. Right. Because yeah, they did the job, and I understood what he was saying. I could piece it together why he needed to be there. And we don't need things spelled out for us, but like, you have to like, the dialogue needs to line up with what the director's doing and what the actors are portraying.
That annoys me too when the directors are like, or the directors or script writers or whatever, they're like, we'll let them fill in the blanks. Let's just move on. Yeah. Like, that's your job. Sure. It's your job as a writer to fill in those blanks for us, or to not make me have to think so much. Because I can go back and think it through too. And I did. And I was just like, I was fine with that. Because I had the same issue. Like, it's basically it's as if like in Galaxy Quest, where they go into a convention of fanboys and they say, we need help, and the fanboys are like, oh shit, y'all are the real guys. Okay, we'll help. And you kind of have to piece those things together. Like, they come in and they're like, look at these fuckers. They spent a lot of money on real fucking guys. Oh wait, y'all are the real ones. Okay, we'll help. And that was that for me, in my mind, that was kind of the progression that Haja took.
So it's like...
But I had to fill all of that in. And I didn't appreciate it much, but... lightsaber fight. I was fine.
There's different kinds of ways that you can set these things up from a story perspective, from a writing perspective. Like you can, like for example, like everybody was pissed at Game of Thrones when Dany and Varys just appeared at the place they needed to be the next day, even though it was like across 3 oceans to get there. Like, yeah, you're asking us to just assume that they made the drive that fast. They made the ship, the trip that fast.
Right.
And the showrunners are like, come on, we can't spell everything out for you. I'm like, well, that's not what we're complaining about. We're complaining because you're not obeying your own rules. You set up how far away this is. You're not leaving blanks. You're just like breaking your own rules and making no sense. And then on the flip side of things, you've got shows like, there's a million shows where somebody's like, well, I guess we got to get to X. And then there's a star wipe and they're at X. But there'll be a little thing that says 2 days later or like a week later, you know what I mean? Or like the character comes in or they don't have that and the next character comes in and they're like, been a long trip, huh? So just simple little things like that. Like that's all we need.
Just one little throwaway line.
That's just connecting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just one little throwaway line like the horses are really tired. Feed them.
Exactly.
Make sure they're put up well. Or something, just something to give us the understanding that
that's
you
what I mean
fucking
when
travel.
I'm frustrated at the script writers.
Yeah.
Like, we all know that we got to do a little bit of work when we watch things, but like you gotta obey your own rules and you gotta obey your own like story structures and the things that matter to what you're creating. And it's so unbelievably frustrating when they don't.
And I don't want it to sound like I'm like lazy or stupid, but when I'm watching TV, like I'm not in a fucking university class. I want to not have to think through the whole thing. Please don't give me math problems and make me solve them to see the next scene. Please just feed me the fucking information, or at least most of it, not all of it.
Science fiction and fantasy are 2 genres that are meant to serve as escapism.
Exactly.
And it's no one's saying that escapism can't be intelligent and can't like ask real questions or make you think, but like it still has to be escapism.
Right. Storytelling is good. I have no problem with storytelling.
Is there a better example than The Princess Bride? Like,
exactly.
Princess Bride,
it's just
it does all of that.
And
a story. It says something. It has a moral. It's political. It's like mystical. It's magical. It's fun. It's exciting. It's silly. It's everything. It's a perfect film in every. It's flawless.
I mean,
now they get around some things a little bit by being a story within a story, and they're able to like. But that's good. But they've set it up that way.
But at the end of the story, at the end of The Princess Bride, when the kid is riding the dragon through the streets, and it looks like that's a stretch beyond a little bit of believable. Like he can't possibly have a dragon in real life going through the streets and picking on the bullies. That's not. I mean, you've now taken me out of the story and put me into like. It's a lot.
Are you intentionally confusing Princess Bride and Neverending Story?
Yes, I am.
I mean, I'm with you though. Those movies feel exactly the same.
The favorite part of that was the confusion that went over your face, and then the recognition, the immediate recognition immediately after. That was my favorite part of that.
But you're right. But you're right to compare those films because they're similar and they feel similar.
They're very similar.
And I actually had this discussion earlier today. Like movies like Princess Bride, Neverending Story, even getting out of fantasy like Clue. Newer movies like
Knives Out.
Like
oh my god, we said Knives Out at the same time. We should kiss.
But like all these movies, they have the same feel, and that feel is just we're here to have fun and tell a fun story, and they pay attention to the rules they set up, and they exist within them, and they only exist to serve an audience that's looking for a fun ride, and that's always be the movies with the most highest degree.
Right.
And no one is saying you can't combine that concept with like serious storytelling and dramatic weight. You can absolutely do that. I would argue that a lot of those films we mentioned do that,
right?
Especially Princess Bride and Knives Out. But like, I think the thing that gets lost with a lot of these new Star Wars stories and the entire DC Comics film line, and like a lot of these things, is they want so desperately to like shed this silliness.
They want to be serious movies, yeah.
Yeah. But like but life's not like that. Life is silly as shit. Like, how many times have you been in a situation where you were terrified and saw something and it made you chuckle? You know what I mean? Or like,
but that's one of the benefits of a comic book itself. Yeah. And that's one of the great things that the last Thor Ragnarok did and Guardians of the Galaxy does, is it combines the serious with the silly, and every time there's a serious beat, there's a silly beat, and a serious beat, and a silly beat, and they go back and forth between
life
that
is
expertly.
As silly as it is scary, and oftentimes one begets the other. Like, it's just like how it goes. That's how we are built as humans. We reach for that.
I'm trolling chat. Bimbo Barbarella music program asked me what the name of the luck of the dragon in Neverending Story was, and I think it's a luck dragon. She's like, that's not right.
It is a luck dragon. You are right.
But that's not the name of it. The name of it wasn't a luck dragon. It was a luck dragon, but
it was Falcor.
Yeah, it was Falcor. Anyway, I'm having my fun. But yeah, but no, I'm with you completely. Like the whole idea of the fantasy genre, the best, I think the best cinematic comic book movies. This is the difference between Thor Ragnarok and Thor: A Dark World. Thor: A Dark World was trying to be serious, and it was very serious. It was dreadful. It sucked ass the whole fucking time because it tried to be serious and dramatic and heavy and real, and it was just like, oh god. But then Atreyu is not the name of the dragon. Atreyu was the name of the guy in the story.
Atreyu was the kid all the girls thirsted over.
Right. Anyway, but that, Ragnarok, and we just watched Guardians of the Galaxy 2 today or yesterday. I can't remember which day it was.
1 or 2.
The second one.
I fucking love that.
And one of the issues that I have, like, I really enjoyed the first one. The second one, it kept snapping back and forth between really serious and really silly, and it just flew back and forth. Like, the needle was all the way silly, then all the way serious. Like when the green chick and the blue chick,
Gamora,
Nebula and Gamora, yeah, when they were fighting, when she hits her with a spaceship, she flies across the galaxy to try to hit her with a spaceship, and they're fighting, and Gamora picks up the ship's gun, and she starts shooting at her, and like they're fighting, like just going at it, and it's like, this is a cool fight sequence. And then she saves Nebula, and she pulls her up, and then Nebula tries to kill her again, and she's like, really? And it's just like it's so many funny, silly, action-filled beats. And then immediately the next line after the end of the fight is, I just wanted a sister and you just wanted to win. Like, oh, they got serious all of a sudden. Okay, cool.
I mean, there's a great YouTube video.
Hold on.
Highly enough. Lindsay Ellis.
Okay.
She's a movie reviewer and commenter. She has a Guardians 2 video that I can't recommend highly enough. It's beautiful commentary on that film. It will, yeah. I anything I could say about Guardians 2 is said so much better in this video. Like, Lindsay Ellis, the complex feels of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Watch that video. Yeah, it will make you cry. It's
there's a lot of. What
you're saying is right.
There's a lot of complexity in that movie. Yeah,
that yo-yo that you feel, but like that's how life is. Life yo-yos you. Life grabs you by the neck and fucking flings you back and forward and back and forward. And if you're not able to laugh at everything that's happening in your world, you're going to be depressed all the fucking time. Like, and I mean, it's just like, even Thor: The Dark World, which you mentioned earlier, Thor: The Dark World. If you rewatch that, a lot of it holds up. What doesn't hold up is the really intense, serious moments But like the fun stuff is great. Like Darcy is great. The character
Darcy
Tegan is
cracks me up. Yeah,
so much fun.
throwing the
like,
keys to the portal, all that
all the
stuff.
Thor
That's
and
fun.
Loki stuff works really well. It's just the villain that fucking blew, which is blows my mind because Christopher Eccleston is such an amazing actor. But neither here nor there. Like it's the same. All these big companies make the same exact mistakes every time when they put out a movie that doesn't work, which is it all boils back to my first argument is you got to look at every element of the story you're telling. And when you're making a movie, you're telling a story in so many different mediums and so many different styles and so many different ways. And if you neglect the heart or the brain or the eyes or the tongue or the fingers, any of the body that you're building, it's going to fall apart. And I think Lucas got lucky. George Lucas just got really fucking lucky with the first 3 movies. He just happened to have the right team around him.
It was it was the right message, the right team, at the right time. It was all right.
If he hadn't had that, we wouldn't be sitting here talking today.
And it really helps that it was the first one of that. It was the first one of that style and scale.
Yeah,
because it was so big and sweeping of a story.
And you go watch the other sci-fi movies that were coming out at that time, and you're like, oh, this is hard to watch.
They're small. The other sci-fi movies that came out at the time were small. There was nothing the size and scale and scope of a Star Destroyer or a Death Star or anything like that.
That's where Lucas's brilliance was. He knew
he
had these ideas of taking these little models and shooting them with the same way Peter Jackson did with Lord of the Rings, like using like scale and like plotting out where you're filming things and making it beautiful and interesting. And like he has a real skill and talent for that. And
Barbarella has a good point. Like, what about Black Hole? That was another movie that was really big. But Black Hole.
Oh, I never saw that.
Well, it came out about the same time, but the difference between Black Hole and Star Wars is in Black Hole, you always saw the inside of the ships. In Star Wars, you saw the outside, the scaling and the scope and the tiny little ships that were flying across the Death Star and the tiny little ships that were flying across the Star Destroyer.
Anybody that's seen Star Wars,
the scale and scope, the different size.
That moment where it's...
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah.
And, it was either like Star Trek. That was another one one of the things about it was the bigness of it. And I remember watching the original Star Wars, the movie, with my kids. And there was this one scene in Star Trek, one scene in Star Trek where they do this long pan shot of the Enterprise. And it's like starts here and they do the whole thing in this big, just sweeping.
It's a long scene. I know the scene you're talking about.
Yeah. And my son, the oldest, he looks at me and goes, that's a demonstration that they can do that, isn't it? Like, yep, that's exactly what it is. Somebody got a new toy and they were like, check this out. And the director said,
game to that in college. We watched that movie and had a drinking game.
Yeah.
And it was, you have to waterfall anytime they're showing the outside of a starship.
But that's exactly what it is. The director said, put the entire 20-minute clip in there. Yep. Just do the whole fucking thing. It's going to be awesome. And everybody's going to look at it. They're going to go, whoa. And that's exactly what we did. And we went and we freshened up our drink. We went to the bathroom. We did all the stuff we had to do because it's a long sequence. And there's that one little dude floating on the outside. But that's
another movie
that's the bigness and scale.
Another movie that does this shit really well is the OG Transformers cartoon movie.
Oh yeah,
88.
The original cartoon, yeah.
That movie, stellar. Just holds up. It's so much fun. Beautiful scope. Logan's Run was fun.
That's another one. Yeah, these big. Epic movies.
Epic.
Tron was another one that was a big epic, full of computer graphics. Huge epic.
All 3 of these movies have a lot of heart and they care about their characters.
They do. There's good writing, good character development, good acting, for God's sakes. And like all this stuff was
when Optimus Prime dies in that Transformers movie, like
got me right there, baby.
Oh God.
Like that was a real thing. He's drunk in 25 minutes. Goddamn Bacon says one thing about it was the bigness that, and he says, where have I heard that before? That's what she said.
So many things.
Yeah, no kidding. But back to Kenobi because that's the point. We're talking about Kenobi.
We got to start wrapping it up. We're at an hour and a half.
Yeah, the second half of the show is an open forum of Old Humble After Dark. So that's what I do. In the second half of the show, I turn on my camera, turn on the chat, and it's like Art Bell coast to coast for the last like however long chat wants to keep me awake. And I have nothing to do in the morning until like 5 o'clock tomorrow night. So, but back to Kenobi, the bigness. I think the clumsiness for me personally, the clumsiness of the writing and the clumsiness of the dialogue, the clumsiness of the acting, that for me at least. See, I'm on the exact opposite side. I thought that the actual confrontation with Vader brought a whole lot more into context, especially Obi-Wan beating Vader in their final confrontation. When Obi-Wan finally defeats Vader, and Vader realizes that he can't just let his rage trace him back to the place where he grew up. Like he grew up right there like how hard could it be to find a guy on the planet where you grew up at? That was always a question in my mind.
Well, he hates sand.
Well, he does. It's gritty and it gets into everything. God, that was so fucking bad. But that was always a question. Like, how hard would it be to find a guy? He lives like right down the street from your old house with your Uncle Baru or Uncle Owen and Aunt Baru. Like, how hard could it be? But
pause real quick. I gotta give mad props to the actor that played young Uncle Owen. That dude killed it.
He did.
So good.
Nailed it. Absolutely.
So good. Joel Edgerton is his name. Fucking top notch. That guy was great. I loved every scene he was in.
I'm just scanning chat real quick. Logan Run when they fly up the ceiling. Yeah, that's a good part. Anyway, but yeah, but I thought that confrontation brought closure because see, I was thinking this through, and like Obi-Wan didn't know that Anakin became Vader. Like when Obi-Wan leaves Vader, or when Obi-Wan leaves Anakin, he's a toasted little crumpet by the side of the lava pool. He doesn't know that Anakin survived. He doesn't know that Anakin becomes Vader.
He thinks he's dead. He thinks he's living on.
He assumes, yeah. He doesn't know that they've become the same, and that kind of gives the closure to that whole story arc. Because otherwise, he would have just heard it from rumors and stories from other people, and he wouldn't have known it for sure. And he certainly wouldn't have known for sure that Vader killed Anakin. He wouldn't have known any of that stuff for sure. Because as we left the story in Revenge of the Sith, or whatever the third episode was called, as we leave that story, Obi-Wan killed Anakin. And as we enter it into in episode 4, Darth Vader killed your father. Like, that's... You kind of had to bridge that a little bit, and it's fair because Lucas hadn't written the first 3 episodes after the second 3 episodes.
It's okay for them to leave this for us to decide, because for me that's like, I mean, if I was 30 or if I was 15 years removed from killing how old's Luke, 19, 20 in A New Hope,
something like that,
whatever, 20 years removed from killing my best friend or whatever, and I've been like an ear to the ground, like listening to what's been happening in the world, and also connected with the Force, like he's gonna feel that Anakin's still around and know it.
You would think.
I mean, I think so. I think 100%. I feel like living on Tatooine, he's gonna be like, yeah, he's still out there, and like you're hearing the bits and pieces, like when you finally meet up with him, and he's gonna be like, yeah, you're not Anakin. You're what's left of Anakin. Like that's.
But he wouldn't have known that.
But I feel like that's where Obi-Wan, that is the jump I would have made.
Okay, I got that. If you're the hermit in the ocean of sand,
you're not my friend.
You're like, there's no Anakin left in him.
This is what's left of who you were, and like that's to me that doesn't require a whole series to spell it out. It's just like, that's obvious. That's like, to me, it's clear as day. To me, I don't need that spelled out to me.
Yeah, but you don't need it spelled out, but it was a really pretty story to spell it out with.
And it's once again, I never like yucking people's yums. People that all of anybody that got something out of this series and thought it was incredible, like you're right. You're right. If you felt it was incredible, you're correct. It was incredible.
And
But
that
to
is
me, it
fair.
was not.
That is fair because fandom doesn't give a shit about anyone else's opinion. Like if you like Jar Jar Binks, you like Jar Jar Binks. If you like Doctor Who, you like Doctor Who. There's reasons you like it. I don't get Doctor Who. I don't care.
Oh man, I love Doctor Who, and I recognize that it's a piece of shit.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
I viscerally love Doctor Who, and I can
I've tried really hard.
With Doctor Who, I'm like, yeah, you're right. It sucks, but I love it.
I've tried so hard, but I can't.
I love that show, but you're right. It's a piece of shit.
Part of it is just I can't take it seriously. I mean, it's silly for silly's sake, and that's the point. And I can appreciate it for what it is. But on the other hand, I am also a big fan of my very own favorite Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
I love Hitchhiker's Guide.
And that's
love the movie too.
I can't get into Doctor Who, but I can watch that fucking movie every day of the week. And also
Adams was a treasure. He was a fucking
cheers
treasure.
to Wolfie. That is a new name that I'm seeing in chat. I appreciate you joining us for the show tonight. Thank you so much for popping in. But yeah, I mean that's one of the cool things. You can get what you want out of it, and there's like I see the fanfic and the analysis of who. There were so many stories and YouTube videos and blog posts and podcasts about who is Rey's parents, and like I was curious like to see what they thought, but deep down in my gut, I was also looking at it going, who the fuck cares? I mean, this is pure fan fiction in between movies. Y'all need to just sit back and enjoy the story as it's going to be told to you, because if you put too much investment into who this person is, you're going to be disappointed with whatever the story is. But then the other part of my brain speaks up and says, shut up, asshole. Let these people have their fun.
Look, at the end of the day, that's all it is. Like, I mean, I'm in a couple Star Wars group on Facebook called Group or Group Not. There is no try. And we talk a lot about Star Wars in that group, and everybody debates. But at the end of the day, whenever anything gets too heated, there's a mantra we all say, which is all Star Wars matters. Like,
exactly.
It's all part of the story. And like,
it's all part of the story.
Yeah. Like you have to put it. And like it's such a sweeping, massive array of stories that span now several decades. And like there's gonna be stuff you don't like, there's gonna be stuff you like. And there's no point in tearing somebody down for like something, like just let people enjoy. I mean, you know this, the viewers might not know this. One of my top 10 movies of all time is the Mario Brothers movie from the 90s.
Oh my.
I love that fucking movie. I think it's beautiful. I think it's got poignancy. I think it's powerful. I think it's drop dead hilarious. I think there are moments that still make me crack up, and I've seen it 100 times. Like it's one of my absolute favorite movies, and it's probably one of the most universally reviled and hated movies of all time.
It is one of the most universally reviled, and I don't get the hate. I don't think it's a good movie, but I don't.
I think if everybody watched it and forgot that it was about the video game, forgot that the video game existed. I think if the video game didn't exist, it would be a cult classic steampunk action film that everyone would still be talking about. How great it was. The fact that it's tied to a video game that everybody loves and it bears almost no resemblance to it. That's what people don't like. It's a really fucking fun movie, and I love it with all of my heart.
See, my personal opinion is that it's a stupid movie. But that doesn't make it necessarily a bad movie, because there's a lot of stupid movies that are really like. Just yesterday, we watched a movie called The Goods about a used car liquidator that comes in to save a failing car dealership. The classic trope of the big blowout concert to save the frat house type of thing, right? You got to sell all the cars, or the dealership goes to the rival dealer across the way. It's a stupid movie, remarkably stupid movie. It has Will Ferrell in it falling out of an airplane with a bag full of dildos. Without any context, that tells you how stupid this movie is.
Right.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun, stupid movie to watch.
Because at the end of the day, if you had fun seeing a movie, then the movie succeeded.
It has no like value, no cultural value, no real cultural value. Like they're not going to look back on it in 400 years and have high school students memorizing passages out of it like we do with Romeo and Juliet today. It's not good. Like it's not. It's a bad movie. But it was entertaining and dumb and stupid and fun, and it didn't make me think hard, which was really cool. And those are movies that I can appreciate deep down. And even if it's
I
bad
like the
acting,
Eurovision movie.
which
Will
ones?
Ferrell and Rachel McAdams, the
Oh, the
Eurovision
Euro,
movie.
yeah.
I thought that was fun.
They
That's
they
stupid.
it's
It's a
stupid. It
bad
doesn't make
movie.
any sense. The characters are just punching holes on the to-do list, and that's it. They got to
Yep.
be where they got to be, and they got to do what they got to do, and it's dumb and it doesn't make any sense. And fine, it's entertaining. And at the end of the day, you have eaten sawdust and you're full, and there's no nutrient
Yep.
value to it whatsoever. But yeah, it's a stupid movie. It takes up time. It's fun. Um, and it lets you shut down the part of your mind that is otherwise thinking about why the marketing plan isn't working, so that the rest of your mind can work on why the marketing plan will work. And then when
Yes.
the movie's done and you get back to real life, you can plug back into your important parts of your brain, and your important parts of your brain go, oh hey, we figured this shit out, come here.
Damn straight.
Let me tell you what we got going on over here. Come here. Come here, dumbass.
And I think that, like, once again, tying into what we've been talking about this whole time,
Oh,
there
shit.
are movies that do both. There are movies that
What
do
the
this
hell?
fun. Oh,
Hang on.
lost
I have lost. There we go. I lost audio entirely for a second there. Carry on. What was that?
Yeah, I'm saying there are movies that do both of these things. There are movies that, like, successfully embrace that silliness and that fun and that wackiness, but also say something serious and real and, like, matter. And, like, I mean, there's not a lot of them, but they are out there. And, like, I mean, Everything Everywhere All at Once is a great example of that. I don't know if you saw that movie, and when it came, it's been in theaters. I think it might be out already. That movie, perfect example, balancing the wackiness and the silliness and zaniness and who gives a shit about the rules with saying something that matters and it's important. And it's a science fiction film that also qualifies as a, like, heart-wrenching indie flick, and, like, that's rare.
Yeah, it is very
But
rare.
they exist. Like, yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once is just beautiful and perfect.
And I think some of the best movies are the movies that can like sneak that message into you when you're not really paying attention, and you just think, hang on, something's going on with my headphones.
Oh,
I
no.
can speak, but I'm not hearing anything. But when you can just sit there and you can watch, and that's one of the best things about science fiction. They do this expertly. They take a circumstance out of the current context and they put it into a different context, so you can focus on the specific thing that they're focusing in on. That's what Star Trek was so good at for so long, of talking about social justice and racial issues and equality and all that stuff, because they took it out of the context of the 60s and 70s and put it into something, what, 2680, I don't know what it was. They put it way into the future when that stuff, like, it was weird. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna kiss an alien chick. You think that's weird? We just do that shit in the future. Um, and Star Wars does that really well by, like, it was a little bit ham-handed and over the top in the prequel trilogy, but but in the original trilogy and the future the second trilogy, the third part, then the second part and the third part, they're really good about just presenting the information in a way that you can look at it and go, oh, they're talking about democracy. Oh, they're talking about the Soviet Union. Oh, and you kind of watch the movie and you think about it afterwards. You go, oh yeah, there it's this whole thing about the United States versus the Soviet Union. I get that. That's cool. But
people that say Star Wars isn't political, I'm like, you weren't watching it.
they weren't fucking watching the same Star Wars, right?
Like, it's been political from day one.
Or like you watch the X-Men, and like the next day after the X-Men, you're like, oh, they're talking about gay people. Oh.
Oh wait, Professor X is Martin Luther King and Magneto is Malcolm X.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
I never even thought about that. Like, yeah, you didn't think about that. That's the point. You don't have to think about that when you're watching the movie, but if you think about it, then it's like, oh yeah.
I brought that up to somebody and he was like, wait a minute. So making Professor Xavier in a wheelchair and white is kind of racist. I'm like, no, it's not. It was written in 1963.
Yeah. That was like the point. It was the whole point of the fucking thing. They were doing the best they could with what they could do and still get published. Right.
Like, you making him in a wheelchair is as close to making that character black as they
exactly
do without it just not getting published.
And if you're telling that story, to a bunch of
white people,
suburban white kids,
how are you going to make them understand it?
And then 15 years later, you tell those suburban white kids, oh, by the way, you know that story that you were really invested in when you were 7? That was about the gays, and they're like, oh, maybe we should let them get married after all, and then boom,
yeah,
the whole country changes in 1996, just like that, or 2006, whichever year it was. I don't know. I can't remember. 2000, somewhere in that neighborhood. One of those. I think it was a year that ended in 6. I'm sure Chad will correct me at some point in the future.
Yeah, somebody in chat tell us.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta wrap it up, brother.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming on the show. Thank you so much, Ryan, for coming on the show. I really enjoyed talking Kenobi and all the other movie stuff.
We could talk for like 4 hours about this if I don't.
I know. I enjoy talking to another human being on a Wednesday night every once in a while. That's kind of fun to do because on Thursday nights I have my co-host Lisa on with me, but Wednesday nights, geez, 2 hours has flown by like nothing. When's your next show? When can people in Houston see you?
They can see me this Sunday at Humble Backyard.
Oh, the Humble Backyard, right over here in off Beltway 8 and Mesa Road. No, Tacita Road.
Playing from about I think 4 to 8.
Oh, cool.
I think I'm there 4 to 8. I'm there like late lunch dinner hours. Doing a 4-hour set and we're doing covers and originals, all kinds of stuff. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
And if they can't make it to that show, they can find your music where?
Everywhere. I'm streaming on every single platform.
Spotify, Bandcamp.
Literally, you just shove my 3 names together and put it into whatever platform you're on.
And that's Ryan
Adam Wells.
Ryan Adam Wells.
And hey, I want to also say, if Humble is too far for anybody to go on Sunday and they want to go do something on Sunday, I want to promote another show that's happening in Houston at the Secret Group, which is an awesome comedy club here in East
right
downtown.
off the east side of downtown. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a show called Hilarities.
Oh yeah, that's a Tifa show.
Yeah. No, it's not Tifa. It's Abby Cadabra.
Oh really? She's doing Hilarities on the 3rd floor in College Station. I forgot.
It's going to be it's burlesque and comedy all together. Stand-up comedy, burlesque. It's going to be a lot of fun. The Abby Cadabra and Ku Agenti and Kara Shree, like those are 3 of the biggest talents in all of Houston. They're
and it's a really cool show.
Secret Group's incredible, yeah.
Yeah, Secret Group's a cool show. The comic strip used to be done by Kiki Maroon here in town.
Yeah, and she's gone. She's in
Vegas. But she's in Vegas now. She's left us all behind. She didn't care about us. But yeah, comics, music, and burlesque
it's gonna be crazy.
Put together. It's a really.
If you can't come to Humble Backyard, go to the Secret Group.
Yeah,
those are
exactly.
your 2 options.
And
that's it. No other shows are happening. Just those 2 shows.
Yeah, nothing else is happening in the city of Houston at all. But you've also got, they can follow you on Facebook for live shows when you do go periodically live, and on your YouTubes or Twitch. You don't do
that's
YouTube
down at the moment because I'm down a laptop. I'm using a borrowed laptop. Once I get a new laptop set up, then I'm gonna get back to Twitch and YouTube as well.
I'll tell you about
Facebook.
Let me tell you about Restream.com, my friend. Restream.com. And also, I will add that several of your songs from the YouTubes are on my whiskey music playlist on the YouTube and also on Spotify.
That's excellent.
So I link people out to you on my Whiskey Tunes playlist on both Spotify and YouTube, so they can find you on all kinds of different places.
It's much appreciated, my friend.
But I really, really, really do encourage folks to go to Google Ryan Adam Wells, go to his website, buy his CDs, do all this stuff, get T-shirts.
Come to Humble Backyard on Sunday.
Yeah, fucking go to Humble Backyard, buy some booze, and get. In fact, you can get Old Humble whiskey at Humble Backyard. They have it there at the bar. You have to ask for it by name. They do have it available. Looky there, goddamn bacon. Just hit your link on the YouTubes in the chat. Thank you, bacon. And there you go, man. You need to get some sleep because you got a show to do in like 4 days.
Yeah, well, it's midnight. I have to. Look, today was my day off, and tomorrow is too. But I have a list of about 13 errands, and each of those errands takes about an hour. So I don't know how I'm going to get them all done.
No, you're not. You're gonna just do them the next day. Fuck it.
That's correct. The answer is I'm going to do some of them.
I'm gonna pick the ones I want to do.
Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate you taking the time to hang out with me tonight.
My
thank
pleasure,
you so
brother.
much.
Always. Yeah.
So everybody say goodnight to Ryan Adam Wells, and I'm going to switch cameras, and we'll bring up the chat. So good night, Ryan Adam Wells. Thank you. See you, man.
See you, buddy.
All right. So that is, and I'm going to go ahead and end this, and then we will switch cameras. Give me just a second to switch cameras. Boop. There's that. Zoom with chat. Open up camera. Come on. And activate. See if this works. There it is. Looky there. But you'll notice the chat window is not active because I didn't turn that on. Let's turn the counter back on. Let's turn that thing back on. Wake up. We got a new subscriber. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. And then turn on the chat window, which is that one right there. Oops, that is the wrong window. That's not the chat window. That's not what that's supposed to be. Uh-oh. There it is. That's better. Looky there. All my friends in chat right here next to me. Dun, dun, dun. Now it's time to start the second half of our show. Or however long it goes. I don't know how long the second half will go, to be quite honest. We'll move this forward. No, not that one. We'll move this one forward to there. And this one forward to there. There we go. Onward to 1,000 subscribers. I have those two ass backwards. We are at 624. You want to see a super fucking awesome fireworks show in January, for January 1st. We will do our, I don't know what subscriber special and New Year's extravaganza for January 1st. So make that number go up. We will have more fireworks in January. So there you go. So tonight you saw Ryan Adam Wells and myself chatting about Obi Wan, the Kenobi series from Disney, as well as science fiction movies in general, all kinds of fantastic stuff. Ryan is a super. He's a big comic book fan, a big movie fan. I like him. He likes him in a different way than I like him. He likes him and he gets into the deep detail, and he knows people who work in the industry, and he talks about the background. I watch him just pure for the entertainment value. And while I can see like the two different purposes of the movie side by side, my primary reason, I could take these out now. My primary reason for watching a movie is the entertainment value. I can enjoy a stupid movie. I can enjoy Cannonball Run. I can enjoy Cannonball Run 2. I really enjoy Smokey and the Bandit. I can really enjoy these movies that are just stupid for the sake of stupid. Dude, Where's My Car? Stupid for the sake of stupid. Thoroughly enjoy that movie. But I also enjoy the movies that are that have depth and meaning in a way that is. I'm going to move this over here so you can see my sign right here behind me to subscribe and comment and whatever the stuff you're supposed to do. I can appreciate the movies for that, and where where in the Kenobi series specifically, the clumsiness and where the clumsiness of the dialogue and the clumsiness of the acting and the clumsiness of the directing kind of took him out of the moment. I was in it for the entertainment, and I'm looking at the story from 30,000 feet. I'm just happy as a fucking lark enjoying this thing. But then there's other movies that'll completely take me out of the fan event. Like I was talking last week or the week before about Travelers, and how Travelers just completely took me out of the show, completely took me out of the narrative, completely took me out of the mindless enjoyment of this time traveling future dystopia, going back in time to try and solve the problem that caused the dystopia and future to begin with. It completely took me out of that movie because the concept was simply that there's more people in the future than in the past. So if you send a bunch of people from the future into the past to inhabit the physical bodies of people in the past, you're going to run out of people in the past. And eventually, all the people from the future, your dystopian nightmare future, are going to inhabit bodies from people in the past. And maybe that's what caused the dystopian future to begin with, because people who were dying weren't dying, and now you have sudden overpopulation. And then I was like, I can't watch it. Off. Done. Bacon, I have watched Dude, Where's My Car more times than a grown man should watch. It is a remarkably dumb movie. But the dumbness of the movie. Oh, and hi, Coachisms. I see you there in chat. I appreciate you popping. Oh, you're actually right there in chat. I appreciate you popping in the show. To say hey. And yes, Bimbo, the Donkey Kong movie was 2009. I have not seen it. That you have, Coachisms, kind of. I didn't know anybody had seen that movie. Dude, sweet. That was such a funny sequence in that movie. But anyway, I can sit there and I can just enjoy the dumbness of the movie. Because it helps me to turn off this thing that's just running all the time in my brain, and I don't want to think about it sometimes. And it helps me to shut it down and focus on something dumb. In fact, some of my best naps have been during movies. God's honest truth. Some of my best naps have been during movies. Space Jam, I can't remember if I actually watched Space Jam or if I just watched parts of Space Jam. So many parts of Space Jam that I think I've watched the entire movie. You know what I mean? I don't think I've actually sat down and watched Space Jam. Judas Priest 666 is in the house. Cheers. JP, welcome to the party. I'm out of ice, but I probably have one more cocktail left in me for the night. Because I've got a little bit, I've got Canada Dry, our straight whiskey, an unlabeled bottle from the distillery, from the distiller stock itself, and some lemon. That is a classic Old Humble highball. That's what I'm drinking tonight. Was R. Kelly in Space Jam? Or was R. Kelly in Dude, Where's My Car? R. Kelly was in Dude, Where's My Car? Who the fuck was R. Kelly in Dude, Where's My Car? I'm trying to think if there were any black people in Dude, Where's My Car at all. Like, yeah, I mean, oh, we sang the theme song to Space Jam. Okay. Yeah. Come to think of it, I don't think there were any minorities. There was the Asian chick. There was an Asian chick in Dude, Where's My Car? One, if I recall. Anyway, he's saying the theme song to Space Jam. Okay, that I don't remember that. I may not have seen Space Jam. I know Space Jam. I'm familiar with the movie, obviously, but I don't know if I've actually seen it. It's like Godfather. I've never actually seen Godfather, the first Godfather. I've never actually seen each one of the Godfather movies as a standalone movie. But I did watch the Godfather saga, the full narrative movie. It was like, I think it was like a 4-hour movie, I think. So I watched the Godfather saga, but I've never actually watched any of the individual Godfather movies. But I know the story. I'm well versed in the story. I know like damn near everything that happened in the movies. Fly like an eagle. But no, I've never actually watched The Godfather either. Uh, what other iconic, famous movies have I never seen? I've never seen. I've watched Breakfast at Tiffany's. I've watched. Uh, I've never seen The Sound of Music. I've never seen that one. I've never seen. God, that would be like the top 10 list of movies I've never seen. Certainly Godfather. I've never seen Bullet. Um, I've never seen Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I've never seen. What else have I not seen? But yeah, I mean, y'all can help me out in chat. Give me some ideas of some great fucking movies that I may or may not have ever seen. Um, I've never seen The Time Traveler's Wife or The Time Traveler's Husband, whatever that is. The Notebook, I've never seen that. Bridget Jones' Diary, I've never seen that. Um, Fly Like an Eagle and I Believe I Can Fly are two very different songs. Those are two very, very different songs. Bigfoot Silver Hide and Seeker, cheers, welcome to the show. You missed Ryan Adam Wells talking Kenobi with me tonight. Great chat with him about the whole genre of sci-fi, the whole genre uh, of sci-fi, all of the movies in the Star Wars saga, all of the movies in the Star Wars or the movies and TV series in the Star Wars expanded universe, the Disney universe. I've never seen any of the Hangover movies, not a one of them, not even part of any of them. I don't even think I've seen highlights. Uh, I do know that one dude gets a tattoo on his face, Andy from The Office. He gets a tattoo on his face. That's it. But no, me and Ryan, we talked. We were on for. He was on for a solid hour and 50 minutes, talking the whole everything. And he's not a huge fan of the Kenobi series, but I loved it. I absolutely loved it. For me, all the clunky dialogue and all the uh, uh, dodgy acting and all the uh, curious twists of character development that was just kind of hand waved over and shoot across the unnecessary bits that were in the thing in the movie. All of that was paid off by the climactic last 3 episodes with the the defeat to Vader in episode 4, Reva losing to Vader in episode 5. To me, it seems she should have died in episode 5. I don't think that the redemption arc into episode 6 was not useful. Not there was no point to that. But then the climactic fight between Vader and Kenobi in episode 6 was just. Now I know obviously why Kenobi didn't kill Vader in episode 6. He should have. That would have been the closure to the thing. Like this is I'm going to do away with you here. You're done for. But they had to have Vader in episode 4 of the series, so they couldn't have him get killed off in Kenobi. That wouldn't have been right. Uh, the world's worst fight of all time. The battle between those two. Which battle between what two? Top Shelf Dustin, welcome to the party. The fight between which two? Who are you talking about? Vader and Kenobi? I thought the Vader Kenobi fight was just fucking epic. It was the lightsaber duel between those two that it was the lightsaber duel between those two that we got cheated out of in A New Hope when Obi Wan just threw the fight and he's like, I'm gonna go be a part of the Force now. I'm done. I'm gonna go be part of the Force. Episode three's lightsaber duel was amazing. I I thoroughly enjoyed it. Just the whole just just tapping into his full force and just going at him, showing still that he's the superior between the two, and that the only way that Vader would ever defeat him, Anakin would ever defeat him, is if he let him. And there's so much to unpack in that. I just thoroughly enjoyed it. Um, they had 100,000 ways they could end it. Yeah. Instead, Ben's like, okay, cool. I know that was one of the things that just annoyed me, and I know why they had to leave him alive. Because he shows up in future movies. They had to leave him alive. They and before the sixth episode, I posted on Facebook, being the smartass that I am. Spoiler alert: Leia gets back to Alderaan, wherever the hell she came from. She gets back home okay. Ben confronts Vader. They both live, and Ben gets back to Tatooine okay. Like we know how everybody ends up in that movie. We know, or in that TV show. We know how it ends. Leia gets home. Vader survives. Ben survives. Ben gets home. Vader gets home. Everybody's cool. Luke survives. Everybody survives. We know how it ends. But yeah, he probably should. I mean, that is the biggest plot hole in the entire thing. It's like right there, you've got the nemesis of the Empire right there, defeated, done. Like he's the nemesis. He is the archetype, the control, the person doing the dirty work on the ground. And you've beaten him. He's on his knees. He's broken. He's busted. He can barely breathe. And you're just like, peace out, homeboy. I'm out of here. What the fuck, man? Anyway, like, kill the son of a bitch. Do it. But, Jedi code and all that, blah, blah, blah. That's who Ben is. That's what he is, whatever. I found that lacking. That was probably the biggest part of the entire series when I was looking at it going, yeah, that sucked. That was weak. Princess Leia we didn't want to see the little baby Leia getting spanked. We want to see slave Leia getting spanked for being a mouthy little shit. Don't I mean, you're not fooling anybody there. Right, exactly, Dustin. They could have added just one little detail, one little feature, one little, like, people are coming to save Vader, and like Ben has to leave. Like the choice to leave, I found to be a little bit just that's probably my only complaint about that show, the series, was that he just like, peace out, homeboy, I'm out of here. I know I got you beat. You're down on your knees for the second time. I've got you defeated, right here in front of me, fully finished, beat, done for. Peace out. I'm out of here. Good luck. Yeah. Yeah. And that's right, Bigfoot. You can't sell any you can't, if you completely retcon the original trilogy by killing Vader, then you're done. Of course they killed Darth Maul and he came back to life. So, I mean, you can if you want to. It's fantasy, it's fiction. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Um that baby needed a beating. She was a little I mean, she did get like kidnapped, so there was that. Um, if Kenobi took out Vader, we never would have gotten. Come on, stay still. We never would have gotten that one scene of Leia and Luke missing Later found out they were. Oh yeah. Oh, kissing. That was supposed to be a K. Before they found out. Yeah, that's true. And it was. I mean, that was a very. That was not a sensual kiss. It was very. I mean, yeah, it was kind of sensual. That was kind of weird. But if you don't know that's your sister, then it's not like you don't know it's like kissing your sister if you don't know it's your sister. I mean, that's just. We're going to talk about other things. Um, you are right, Dustin. She got kidnapped because she wasn't listening. But that's just like every other girl. They just don't listen. They're just hard-headed and mouthy, and they don't listen. Make sure Lisa or my wife aren't here to tell me exactly how wrong I am. And I know my lovely wife doesn't watch the show. She doesn't have to listen to me talk. Lisa's not watching. I know that. But speaking of people not watching, our fireworks extravaganza and 600 subscriber special got 100. We cracked the 100 view mark on a video for the first time. And I'm super duper excited about that. What about how Ben was crawling around hiding from everyone the whole time? Then Vader, the big boss, comes. He's like, "Okay, I'll fight you and cry." Yeah, that was one of the things that I've always wondered about. Like, how is Ben just hiding on Tatooine? Like, how is Luke just hiding on Tatooine where his mother or where Anakin's mother lived? How is Tatooine the hiding place for this kid that Ben can just be on Tatooine? But the Kenobi series kind of explains all that. And how Palpatine is like, you need to back off. Your rage for Ben or for Kenobi is just like, I need you here. He's not that big of a deal. I need you here. I need you in the rest of the Empire. There's 99% of the Empire I need you fucking with. I don't need you screwing around with that one dude. Your focus is in the wrong spot. I get that. I'm with it. And I was with that. Ryan, not so much. He didn't think that needed an entire series to clarify, to understand. But not being a deep lore fan, I'm just like that. I'm a movie fan. I'm a movie and the series fan. I'm a live action fan. I really enjoyed The Mandalorian. I enjoyed Boba Fett a little bit less. I really enjoyed Kenobi, and I really enjoyed the fight between Kenobi and Vader. I liked that dynamic. I was I thoroughly enjoyed the series. There was a lot lacking in the series, but I really enjoyed fleshing out Ben's character and fleshing out the complexity of the relationship and all that stuff. I really, really enjoyed it. That's not to say that it was the perfect series. It was not the perfect series. There was a whole lot that was lacking in the series, but I didn't find what was lacking in the series to detract from what was good in the series. In the same way that, in the opposite of the way that what was lacking in the prequel trilogy detracted from the prequel trilogy. The prequel trilogy had three things. There was the real story in the prequel trilogy, that shitty romance story, and then that other distraction nonsense stories that kept getting thrown in there because they need to fill it out. And because they had that distraction nonsense crap and the love story crap, the real story didn't get told enough. And I think that because what was lacking in that prequel trilogy and what was there in the prequel trilogy, what was there was just weak, and it ranged between weak and dreadful. And what was there wasn't enough of what was there, of the real story that was there, to save the rest of the prequel trilogy. And it was unfortunate. So that pod race is still, God, that was a long fucking sequence. The pod race sequence just kept going and kept going, and there were so many things in those three movies that was like the centerpiece of the movie, and it just kept going and it kept going and kept going. Like the love story in Attack of the Clones just kept going. And I was telling my son, we watched most of that movie today. I had to go and do some work. We watched most of that movie today, and I was telling him like most of this love story could be just, they go off to their to Naboo, and there's a point where they go to Tatooine and rescue Shmi and bring her back and bury her and do all the stuff, and then they just kind of gloss over the rest. And like the rest of that love story could have literally been told as Anakin and uh, Padme holding hands when Obi-Wan arrives, and Obi-Wan saying, "Well, it looks like things have happened here while I've been away," and then Anakin saying, "Yes, Master, things have happened," and Obi-Wan saying, "I hope this will not affect your progression as a Jedi," and Anakin saying, "No, Master, it will not progress my progression as a Jedi. I will be leaving her now and following with you," and that's it. That's done. That's it. That's the whole fucking romance done in 2 scenes. Done and done. Poof. Finished. And then we don't have to sit there and watch Hayden Christensen try to act like a fucking cigar store Indian. Ugh, God, he is a bad actor. I mean, I don't want to shit on him. He's a professional actor and he makes far more money acting than I do whatever the shit I do. But Jesus, my God. Okay, I got to find out what else he's been in. Hayden Christensen, what is his fucking movieography? Hayden Christensen. What other movies has he been in? Movies and TV shows. He's been in Kenobi, Star Wars. He was in Jumper. I don't remember that. Ahsoka, Star Wars. Star Wars. Okay, so he's in Awake, Little Italy, Life as a House, Takers, Shattered Glass, Jumper 2. So he's Jumper and Jumper 2. He's in 2 franchises now. First Kill. I've never heard of any of these fucking movies. Outcast, 90 Minutes in Heaven, The Virgin Suicides. I think I've heard of The Virgin Suicides. Goosebumps, the series. That's the one with Jack Black in it, if I recall. American Heist, Higher Ground, ironic. Factory Girl, Vanishing on 7th Street. He's been in a bunch of shitty movies. The Last Man, Cooties. Ugh. The People versus George Lucas. That's just a Star Wars flick. New York, Forever Night, King of the Elf. I mean, he's been in a lot of movies, but a lot of these movies are shit. Quantum Quest. Oof. This isn't getting like easily a third of the movies he's been in Star Wars. Anyway, he's not a good actor. And I'm not going to lie and say he is. Ryan would be polite and say that he's a good actor. I'm not. Anyway. She got kidnapped because she didn't listen. That is correct. And thank you, Bigfoot, for the congratulations for passing 100 views on a single video. That is the first time we passed 100 views on a single video, by the way. Except for shorts. The shorts have blown up. I think the last short that I did got almost 2,000 views. Let me look. My skill set is clearly in making shorts. Let's see, 1,916 views for my last short. So my skill set is clearly in making shorts and lives. And I'm hoping that the 600 subscriber and 4th of July firework extravaganza edited show, the shorter version of the 2-hour show we did on the 4th, will get some views. And I'm hoping that our 100,000 views update show will get the views that it deserves. But we will see. The last 100,000 views update show I did got like 10, I think. But I'm trying. I'm learning. I'm working on it. He was hiding from that one girl behind boxes. It was just her, right? The logic of hiding on Tatooine was Vader absolutely loathed the planet, right? Something about sand, right? He said it. Anakin, as a kid, said, "I hate the sand. It gets into every place and it's itchy and scratchy." And whatever. Exactly. But he had people. He could have sent people to Tatooine, and he sent people to Tatooine. Well, he didn't send people to Tatooine, but the Grand Inquisitor was there. Everyone was asleep before. Good point. Good point. I need to turn on my timestamps. Hold on. Turn on timestamps. I need to know how far behind on chat that I am, because that's my thing. I get behind on chat. You know, that's a fair point there, Mike. Watching the prequels for Padme, she's a hell of an actress. Uh, Natalie Portman is a hell of an actress. She is a fantastic actress, and the 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 fact that they made her look so stony and wooden and rigid is just so disappointing on so many fucking levels. Um, and that's exactly the point, Dustin. They made her so rice patty, milk toast, vanilla, whitewash. She was, I mean, she was as much decoration as anything else, and that's unfortunate because she was a centerpiece of the story, but they made her like so boring. That was unfortunate. Um, Padme and Anakin got together since he was a kid when they met. I know, right? And that's like marrying your babysitter or marrying the kid you babysat. It's weird. It's very, very weird. Um, he used the force on her. Use that weird hand wavy thing, like you definitely want to sleep with me. You definitely. They could do that. If I recall, I watched Jumper one time, and as I recall it, it was a pretty decent. It was people who could teleport from one place to another, and they used that teleportation ability to rob like banks and stuff. Um, so that's what but I don't remember Hayden Christensen in that movie. Uh, Thank you, Judas Priest, for following me. I appreciate that. On Instagram too. Oh, and on Facebook. Thank you. Thank you very much. You got the trifecta. YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. If you want to go for the quad, you can find me over on Twitter as well. And if you want to be a star level subscriber, you can go find me on Twitch. Yeah, I'm even there. But if you want to go one step farther, you want to go that. You want to go the hexagram. Is that a word? Hexagram. Yeah, 6-sided. You can find us on TikTok too. But a lot of the TikTok content is also YouTube Shorts content because I share those videos back and forth. So there you go. Thank you, Judas Priest. I appreciate that very much for your support. And if you find yourself in the Texas, within the borders of Texas at any point in time, you can pick up our whiskey at local liquor stores in most major metropolitan areas. We are working on expanding that footprint outside of the major metro areas. But if you don't find yourself in the Houston or in the Texas geographic area, friends don't let friends use Twitter. That's probably a good thing right there. But if you don't find yourself in the Texas area, you can always email me, and I can arrange for a delivery via the UPNS. So don't hesitate to reach out and shoot me an email. I am perfectly happy to drop a bottle in a box and send it out as long as you're willing to pay the shipping for said box. But not me, the distillery, me personally, the Old Humble guy, because I do have some bottles on hand that I have been authorized by my employer, which is me, the distillery, to share for marketing purposes. So there you go. And I have just poured myself my last cocktail of the night. I am out of ginger ale. I have to go all the way to the kitchen to get more. And this is probably a much stronger drink, much more of a drink than I normally drink because there's no ice in this drink. So y'all got me for another, we'll give it another hour. 30 minutes to an hour. I'm not in a bar, so I'm not so fastidious about finishing my drink. I have no problem pouring this out when I'm done. Cheers, Angie. Welcome to the party. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. So I mean, the conversation is still going on with sci-fi Kenobi movies. It's kind of a far-ranging, but you know, if you want to take us in a different direction, take us in a different direction. I'm down for it. Um, you don't have friends. You send them over to Twitter. Shame, for shame. Um, Twitter is a cesspool of shit. I'm not gonna lie. Twitter is a cesspool of shit. But over on the Twitters, I have like 7,000 something followers, and I every once in a while I can get somebody from the Twitters to come over here to the YouTubes. I find YouTubes to be more of a valuable, uh, a more valuable territory for engaging with an audience, for engaging my brand with my audience. Twitter is a good place, but not a great place. I've gotten a lot of customers and a lot of sales and developed a nice community on the Twitter space. But it seems to have plateaued right at about 7250, somewhere in that neighborhood. Facebook that's another one. It's kind of continuing to grow a little bit, but kind of this organic level. Facebook is much more effective at getting my message to people within specific geographic regions, like within a certain distance from a store, within specific areas. It's really good at getting awareness and information to people, much more so than Twitter seems to be. But Twitter seems to be a very effective staging grounds for just connecting with people in general and disseminating information out to people in general. Twitter, I generally use it as kind of half a personal page and half personal, half business page. YouTube is more of a much more community-based type of platform where I can engage with y'all a little bit better than I can on Twitter. Twitter is more of an interest-based platform. So, I can gauge the Old Humble Distilling Company with University of Houston, Astros, topical type of engagement on that front. But I can also get the information out to people pretty quick. Like, I'm going to be at this store on this day. Come and see me if you want to get a signed bottle or whatever. Facebook doesn't have a whole lot of interaction. Facebook is kind of a one-way feed. And I have not yet figured out how to crack Instagram. I don't know. Instagram is still a mystery to me. But TikTok is another one that it's somewhat interactive, but it's also kind of my presence on TikTok is growing right now, probably faster than my presence on YouTube. And I don't understand that. I can't figure that out. I don't know why. But I had 69 followers on TikTok in mid-April, and I've now passed 500 as of today. So my TikTok is probably going to pass my YouTube in the next month or so. And I don't know. There's more people on TikTok than YouTube. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way that TikTok works. I don't know. I don't know, but I also don't know for sure if the people on TikTok are actually coming to stores. I don't know if that's more of a hobby or if it's more of a function of the business. But this is kind of the talk that reminds people that I am a business, and the whole point of this is marketing. But I also like building like the community. I like the interaction. I like the communication back and forth. That's why I have the chat window here so that I can see what y'all are saying and talk with y'all about these topical things like Kenobi, the series. It engages. It helps me to engage with y'all on a way that give y'all an insight into what I'm trying to do with my brand is just like make my brand the thing that you do, that you engage with when you're just hanging out, you're chilling out with your friends, you're having a cookout, you're having a bonfire, you're chilling out of the pool, you're camping, you're doing whatever you're doing, and then what's in your backpack is just it just so happens to be a bottle of our double oak rye, or a bottle of our straight whiskey or special reserve. That's just in your backpack, and it's just y'all are chilling out, having fun, feet propped up around the campfire. Y'all are making your s'mores or hot dogs or whatever the hell people do with campfires. I do s'mores and hot dogs personally. And then you just pass the bottle to the right, and you pass the bong to the left, and right, pass the bottle to the right, and pass the bong to the left, and they cross over there, and you come back through, and that's just that's how you hang out, and that's what you do. That's what I'm kind of trying to do with the brand, and that's kind of what this YouTube experience is, an extension of that, from the tasting room, where people are just hanging out and chilling out and doing trivia, listening to music, talking about movies, doing all this stuff. That's what my happy hours are supposed to be about. That's what we're trying to do. So that's your insight into my thinking and my channel's purpose for being. Which is why I like the YouTube format a whole lot better than the others, is because I can do that more effectively, of just, chilling out. You have a cocktail, I have a cocktail, we're talking Kenobi, we're talking sci-fi, we're talking movies, we're talking Dude, Where's My Car, we're talking whatever it was, militias, we're talking Declaration of Independence, we're talking hamburgers, we're talking absinthe, we're talking whatever the fuck we're talking. So, there you go. Without question, Twitter is a cesspool of shit. Facebook's a cesspool of shit. Social media in general is a cesspool of shit. But if you try to be a light in that cesspool of shit, as George W. Bush put it, you can be the turd blossom. The little seed that gets crapped on and just persists in growing up through that turd and just blossoming out. You can be the turd blossom, and I hope to effectively become a turd blossom. Anyway, I'll take things into Angie. I'm counting on it to be quite honest. If the new Star Trek, the new Star Trek shows are on Peacock, and I don't have Peacock, or Universal, Paramount Plus. I don't have Paramount Plus, so I haven't seen any of the new Star Treks. I haven't seen Star Trek New Worlds or Star Trek Picard or any of the new Star Treks. I haven't seen any of it. And Universal has said that they're not going to continue the movie franchise. And I hope that means that they're focusing on the TV series and helping to develop new stories through the TV series so that we can get more Star Trek movies. Because Star Trek movies are really great sci-fi, really great movies, just in general. Yes, absolutely, Judas. Reach out, shoot me an email. I'll respond. If I don't respond immediately, don't be upset. I had a message that I wrote to Mr. Jiggs that was sitting in my drafts for, I don't know how long it was sitting in my drafts, like at least a week, because I forgot to hit send. It happens. It happens because I start a message and I get distracted and I go off and do something else. Don't be offended if you send me a message, I don't answer right away. In fact, Whiskey Wars has sent me a message and I just haven't. I owe them a response, and I just haven't gotten around to it. So, Top Shelf says, Facebook is a great tool to find out whose aunts, uncles, friends, parents, and high school friends can't read and write. That is true. I can't tell you how many times I've discovered that people that I went to high school with are absolute fucking monsters. Some of them are absolute fucking monsters, and some of them are absolute illiterate dumbasses. And at least one of the absolute illiterate dumbasses has asked me for a job. I'm like, dude, I can't even fucking pay myself right now. Like, eat a dick. And plus, I don't want to hire racists, so fuck off. Goodness gracious. What else we got? If you spend all day swiping TikTok, Okay, gotta see this. Spend all day swiping on TikTok. You'll see a lot more content creators. There are a lot of content creators on TikTok, but here's what I've also discovered on TikTok. There's a lot of content creators, but there's not a lot of quality content creators. And I'll probably touch on this same notion next time I do my 100,000 views update. But it's really, really, really hard to compare channels and content creators because you can find channels that have 1,000 subscribers that get thousands of views on their videos and tens of thousands of views, hundreds of thousands of views, lots of engagement, but they're not getting subscribers. You can find people with millions of subscribers and get like 10,000 views. You can find creators that have tens of thousands of subscribers. They start from very, very little. They have one video that goes viral and they get like 1 million subscribers. And then you can watch their videos. They go from like 1,000 to 10,000 to like 5 million. That's their viral video, right? And then it's like 10,000, then 12,000, then 10,000, then 9,000, then 6,000, then 200, then 500, then 200, then 100, and it just kind of tapers down and it just goes away. But then you find the other ones, they have the one video that goes viral and it stays up at that level for a while. Then maybe it drops down a little bit. And it's really, really, really hard to compare channels because some people can have a really engaged audience. Some people go outside of YouTube to get an engaged audience. They bring them into YouTube effectively. Some people have videos that they're really good at SEO and viewers and showing up on the homepage and the search page and all that shit, but it's not really good at getting subscribers and connection and connection to their audience. They do live videos like me, and their live video has a certain level of engagement and a certain level of connection, but after the live video is done, there's nothing. It just hits the ground and it's dead. And that's kind of what live videos do. But then the flip side of that is they have a pre-recorded video, a pre-recorded interview. Like that interview with Ryan Adam Wells, having him on the show, if I can cut that down to, I don't know, 30 minutes, that'd be a great fucking video. But I don't know if I can cut that down to just 30 minutes. I'm going to try to, because that was a great video. That was a great interview. Ryan is a great guy to have in a discussion. Absolutely great. But a live show like this just doesn't get post publishing engagement. It just doesn't happen. So it's really hard to compare shows. It's really hard to compare shows, really hard to compare channels, really hard to compare creators. But I've noticed, just scrolling through, there are some people that have tens of thousands, sometimes cases hundreds of thousands, and their videos have like 10 likes, 15 likes, 20 likes. So that's the lesson I've learned doing this project, the 100,000 views project, since February, is that it's really, really, really hard. And the only person you really need to compare yourself to is you yesterday. If you're doing a better show today than you did yesterday, if you're doing a better show this week than last week, this month compared to last month, if what you're doing is better now than it was yesterday, then you're growing as a creator, you're growing as a channel, you're growing as a content creator connecting with your audience. And that's all that really matters. And your growth process is going to be different than anybody else's growth process. And it's just really hard to compare, and it's hard to benchmark that. And it's if you're tracking numbers, you only want to compare your numbers against yourself. That's why you can't really. It's not easy to pull numbers for other channels. So there you go. Not sure why you keep seeing. I think the reason why you keep seeing their content is there's not a lot of good content on. There's just not a lot of good content on TikTok. I think that's why we keep seeing their content. It's a really thin market, or you've been put into an algorithmic niche that keeps their content showing up. I don't. I don't know how the YouTube or the TikTok algorithms work, and I don't really care because it's kind of weird. Locals or Rumble. I don't know what those are, Judas. I do not know what Locals or Rumble is. Sorry. I am not on either one of those. Exploring Ginger. Cheers, Exploring Ginger. Welcome to the party. Shout out to you. If you caught our July 4th extravaganza and you are looking forward to the January 1st, the New Year's extravaganza, might I recommend you hit that subscriber button up there, because the more subscribers we have on January 1st, the more rockets we will fire off on the more rockets we will fire off on New Year's for our special however many subscriber challenge. And when we hit 1,000 subscribers, as it says right there, I will fight a kangaroo. So there you go. I will fight a fucking kangaroo when we get 1,000 subscribers. Good finger food paired with whiskey. Yeah, good finger food paired with whiskey. That's a good idea. You have a VPN in torrents. No need to pay for that. Battlestar Galactica is a series. I watched part of Battlestar Galactica on Netflix, and I got to the point where I understood that the whole Cylon human struggle was a cyclical thing, and it kept happening and kept happening and kept happening, and they would land on a planet, colonize a planet, the Cylons would come, destroy it, they'd get on ships, and they'd leave, and it just kept recycling and recycling. I got to the point where I understood what was going on, and then I lost interest. That was it. I was done. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm done. Bye. And I haven't gotten back. It really helped that the Cylons were all hot chicks in red dresses. They're yummy. Anyway, how far behind on chat are we? 12:40. What's it say? 12:40. 12:40 even. So we're 7 minutes behind on chat. I'll catch up. Don't worry. Don't mind me. You can't express your. I have no problem expressing my opinion on my own Facebook page. I have no problem going on my friends' Facebook page and telling them why their opinions suck. They're my friends. I mean, that's why you have friends. You should be able to tell your friends exactly what you think about their stupid opinions. But that's also when you find out if you're really friends with somebody, or if you're really family with somebody. When your friends and family can't tolerate your difference of opinion, then they're not really friends or family. They're just acquaintances, and you can dump them, and that's fair. I had an old friend of mine who was being very cranky and very discombobulated, and very just generally like attacky for like a month and a half or so. And I sent him a message and said, dude, you seem to be kind of upset lately. Are you okay? Is everything okay? Just like I was out of legitimate concern for their well-being. Like, are you okay? And they shot back at me, you seem to be kind of angry. And then they blocked me. And that was it. And I was like, okay, I haven't talked to that dude since 20... Shit, it's been 2012, 2013. Oh well, it was unfortunate. Ex-girlfriend, just a weird I mean, I loved everything about what that dude was doing. I was just legitimately worried that he was having a tough time in his life, and yeah, he was not receptive to the idea that maybe he was having personal problems. Turns out he was having personal problems, and he just cut off a personal relationship because he was not willing to admit it. But that's how Facebook goes sometimes. It's unfortunate. Yeah. But you learn who your real friends are, and you also learn that social media is fake. And under no delusions that we're trying to build this community here on the YouTubes, like it's still virtual. Like I would really, 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 really love it if I could get all of y'all into my tasting room. All of y'all into my tasting room at the same time. We could have music going in the background. We have cocktails and drinks. And I could sit at the table. We could talk. We're like, oh yeah, it's like blah 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 blah. You know, like even in person, Ted Cruz is a douchebag. Even if you like him, he's still a douchebag. You know he's a douchebag. Even if you like Ted Cruz, you know he's a fucking douchebag. People who hate him and people who like him all agree on one thing. He's a fucking douchebag. And we can all sit in my distillery. We can all sit in my tasting room. We can all listen to the music and the woods in the background. Listen to the crickets. Listen to the music. Listen to, see the deer going by. Oh, it'd just be a beautiful time. Nobody is an enemy when everybody has whiskey. Nobody's an enemy when everybody has whiskey. Unless you're an asshole. And if you're an asshole, then you have whiskey, then all that does is make the asshole in you bigger. And if you're into making your asshole bigger, we've got some people to help you out with that too. What's up, baby? All you need is a tube top, some Daisy Dukes, and short shorts. I am not going to wear a tube top, Daisy Dukes, and short shorts. Sorry, bud. I'm not going to be wearing a tube top, Daisy Duke, short shorts ever. You will not ever see that. Lone Star is growing on TikTok a lot faster than it's growing on YouTube. I may be growing on TikTok faster than I'm growing on YouTube. I'm just not trying to grow on TikTok faster than I'm growing. I would rather be on YouTube than TikTok. Because this I find to be a much more valuable, it's just a better interaction. I feel this is better interaction. I like hanging out with you people in this form. I like it. I feel more comfortable doing this than I do doing TikTok shit. I find I don't even when I'm like flipping through TikTok, I'm not finding a lot of joy. It's not a thing. And I find content on TikTok that I like using over on my YouTube Shorts without question. The testicle cooking dude, the steak talk guys, bourbon talk is shit. Bourbon talk, whiskey talk, the bourbon community, the whiskey community. I've said this before, and I will say this again. Your bottles of Willet, Buffalo Trace, Blanton's, Eagle Rare, all that shit. That's cool. Like, don't get me wrong. It's cool. They're special bottles. They're hard to get your hands on. They're neat. Cool. I could literally get that shit at the liquor store here in Houston. I might have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 liquor stores here in Houston to find that shit. But I will find it. It's not hard to get my hands on. It's not impossible to get my hands on. It might be a little challenging. It might take me a week. Whatever. I can get bottles of Eagle Rare. I can get Buffalo Trace is not fancy. Your fucking factory whiskey that has a special label, it does not turn me on. I want to see your bottles of, what do we got over here? I want to see your bottles of what do we got right here? I want to see your bottles of Schitt's Creek. I want to see your bottles of the Neely family distilleries stuff. I want to see your bottles of stuff that I can't get in Houston. That's redemption. That's not. I want to see the stuff, and I'm not talking about bougie, hard to get, unapproachable whiskeys. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stuff that's regional, unique, special. You know, when you roll into a town and you're like, what are your local brews? And they're like, we got Uptown Brewing Company. We've got Lagerfish Brewing Company. We've got Stinky Thumb Brewing Company. We've got all these guys. Which one do you? I'm like, well, tell me a little bit more about Stinky Thumb. Oh, that's from Mike Stinky Thumb Williams. And it's just a fucking story behind there. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. It's a local. I can't get it in Houston. I want that. I want to know about your special whiskeys. I don't want to know about your fucking shit that I can get down at the liquor store here in town. National brands are national brands. You want to tell me about the national brand that the only difference is it's a different fucking label? I don't care. You can only see so many bourbon talk, whiskey tubes, whiskey book, whiskey, where it's just some dude with a bottle of I don't have any boring bottles of whiskey. Here we go. with a bottle of Angel's Envy, and they're like, "Look at my fucking Angel's Envy," and they're like, "I don't give a shit." That does not impress me. It is an average dick on the table. I don't care. I've seen them. No big fucking deal. You want to impress me? Tell me about the liquor, the distillery that's 30 miles from your house. Tell me about those guys. Tell me about something unique to your state. Tell me about Black Bear Distilling Company in Colorado. Tell me about Rocktown Distilling in Arkansas. Tell me about Aloha Distilling Company in Australia in Hawaii. Tell me about Kings County Distilling in New York. Tell me about these places that have unique, special brands that literally I cannot get in Texas because they don't sell them outside of the distillery. Schitt's Creek, the only place you can get Schitt's Creek whiskey is at the fucking distillery. Don't tell me about the shit you can get at the liquor store. Everybody can get that at the liquor store. Everybody can get it. Like, go to the distillery. Talk to the distiller. Find out about those brands that nobody else knows about. And I know that sounds kind of bougie and elitist, but you know, if you think you're special because you got a bottle of Blanton's, just like the other 3 million people that got a bottle of Blanton's, you're not. That's the opposite of bougie. It's fucking gutter water. Like, everybody has a bottle of Blanton's. Everybody can get a bottle of Blanton's. The only thing separating people who have a bottle of Blanton's from people who don't have a bottle of Blanton's are people. The only thing separating those two groups of people, the people who don't have a bottle, haven't tried. That's it. That is it. They haven't made minimum effort to go get a bottle from a liquor store that's available in their town. But you know what separates people who have a bottle of Schitt's Creek from people who don't have a bottle of Schitt's Creek? They went to the fucking distillery. They talked to the distiller. They got a bottle of Schitt's Creek, and it is signed by the people who fucking made it. You want to talk about special bottles? It's not special. None of the Buffalo Trace shit with a special label is special. You want to know what's special? The Neely family distilling company's bottles of whiskey that are signed and numbered. That shit's special. That shit means you went to the distillery. It is 50.3% alcohol by volume. This is 76.6% corn, 19.1% wheat. Malt is 5%, give or take. This is barrel number B0020, char number 3, time of the barrel is 25 months, yeast strand is A1. It shows the specific yeast strand of the used for the whiskey itself. This is some special shit. I'll put this up against your fucking Blanton's every goddamn day of the week because you haven't had this. I've had this. This you can only get at the distillery, and it's in Louisville. Go check it out. Maker's Mark, awesome. I can get Maker's Mark at every single liquor store in town. Get Maker's Mark at a fucking Piggly Wiggly. That ain't special. Show me something special. I want to see what. And that's the biggest complaint I have with Whiskey Talk and Bourbon Talk and all those other fucking special TikTok guys. But, dude, show me how you make a steak. I want some steak talk. Show me that. That'd give me some content. I want to talk about that shit. Yeah. I want to know how you make your steaks. I want to know how you make your fish. I want to see you making some crawfish. I want to see some industrial sized people feeding machines. I want to know how you make testicles because that's gross. I'm gonna just pan that all day long. Like, ugh, fucking, there's not enough whiskey in the goddamn world to make me want to eat your raw testicle sushi. No, thank you. No, thank you. Anyway, enough rant off. Moving on. But yes, Tube Top and Daisy Dukes would blow up my channel, but I do not intend to do that. No, thank you. Watch time, yes, watch time is an excellent tool, and I'll actually talk about watch time coming through on my next 100,000 views update, because one thing that I've learned is as you build a community, your watch time goes up. Um, it's a function there. There's all these like metrics that are a function of other things, and it all starts with number of views. Because if you picture the YouTube funnel, the sales funnel in general, you have your prospects, and then your hit rate. Your hit rate defines how many prospects turn into real potential customers, and then or engaged. So you have your prospects, engagement, and then actual customers down here at the bottom of the funnel. In the YouTube language, it's impressions, then your click-through rate determines the number of views, and then the engagement metrics determine the number of actual subscribers you get from those views. And part of that engagement metric is the hours watched, return viewers, unique viewers, all these other ways to slice this up. But the raw, dumb, idiot thing is that top part of the funnel, and that's impressions. In my world, when I'm doing tastings in a store trying to sell bottles, that top tier of the funnel is number of people that actually come into a store. Or if I'm doing marketing, it's the number of eyeballs that I actually get on an ad. This metric is just basically the population of people that I'm reaching with my brand. And then it goes from there to number of people that I actually engage with the brand, and then the number of people that make a buying decision. And it's like a percentage, and it goes all the way down. Baseball, the number of pitches you see, the number of pitches you hit, the number of hits you get, car sales, it's all the same metrics. And what I've learned over the past, since February, 4 months, February to, 4.5 months, is that it starts with number of views, but there's ways to break up those number of views from quality views to not quality views. And I would rather get, at this point, I think the way it breaks down is I'd rather get 5,000 sub-quality views than 100 high-quality views, because the 5,000 sub-quality views are going to be unique viewers, new viewers. The click-through rate is going to be lower, like 2% versus not 6 or 7%. But it's unique viewers who are not subscribers yet, and it's more of them. So 2% of 5,000 is better than 7% of 100. Yeah, you can do that math easy. 7% of 100 is 7, 2% of 5,000 is 10. There you go. I'd rather have 5,000 quality views, but if you're not going to get the 5,000, you got to build the subscriber base and build the audience to get there. And once I get them in, I got to give them something good to listen to and good to watch. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do. I'm working on it. But we get it. We'll work on it. We're getting there. Over time, you learn the craft, you learn the process, you learn better quality output, better quality production, better quality everything. I'm learning. And the next thing I'm trying to learn is longer form videos, the 6-minute, 7-minute, 8-minute videos. Something that's not 6 hours long, something that's not 15 seconds long, something that's in the middle. I'm working on that. I'm a learning monkey, and I'm learning slowly but surely, learning how to do that sort of stuff. Anyway, TikTok has certainly proved to be a lot of all social media is people who like attention. And that's what it is. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. They're all of the creators are people who are craving attention on some level, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some of them are better at gathering that attention than others, and some of them are better at just doing it. You know, they're not doing it just for the attention. The attention is coming from the fact that they're doing it. There's a difference there. Locals and Rumble are streaming service. A lot of people getting censored or outright kicked off YouTube are going to. Yeah, I probably can do a lot more on those, but I'm not trying to do the stuff on. I'm not trying to do the stuff on any platform that is getting me kicked off of any platform. So, if their entire presence on a social media platform is to do the things that would get them kicked off their platforms, then they can have those platforms. Yeah, that's not the market that I'm trying to seek, and I don't have time to seek out those people. They can be over here if they want to be over here. So there you go. The Cylons didn't show up. They were created by man. It happened twice, maybe 3 times if I remember. That's a good point. They were created by man. I can't remember the whole timeline and the whole story, but I seem to remember it happening more than once. They were robots that rebelled or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but that was once I understood like the thesis that they were going to, I was fine with the show, and I was like, okay, the story's been written. I'm good. Bye. Happy for any friend to share their opinion. It'll only take at least 100 hours to put out something well enough or well thought out enough, written, well sourced. I'm with you. I mean, I don't expect to give the sourcing, but even when I'm sitting next to somebody and they're trying to tell me the most ridiculous, fantastical, stupid, nonsensical crap, I will hear them out, and I will help walk them down their logical golden brick road. Wherever it is that they think they started from, I will help them develop their thought process and go from there and continue it out. Like I work the election polls, the polls for the elections here in Harris County. I try to work every single election that comes up as long as my schedule doesn't conflict. The last election that I worked at, one of my fellow election workers was telling me in all earnestness about the counting irregularities they had in Arizona and da 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 da. And I kept asking this my coworker kept asking her, so why hasn't any of these irregularities been presented to the authorities? Why haven't any of these irregularities been presented to uh, uh, the courts? Why haven't law enforcement gotten it? Why hasn't anybody been arrested? I mean, clearly people are doing these things. And she couldn't answer that question. She couldn't answer that question. She couldn't answer any of those questions. I'm like, well, why isn't it being reported by the mainstream? And she said, it's not being reported by the mainstream media because Google is suppressing the stories. I'm like, but Google's not the only source of information. There's others. There's Yahoo, and there's Bing, and there's Encarta. There's Wikipedia pages. People can go and update the Wikipedia pages. Those are very open source and democratic. Like anybody can do it as long as you got the sourcing. There's rules around it. There's information. There's ways to disseminate the. Why isn't it being disseminated? Like, where are you getting this information from that it's like so secret and special that only you have? She's like, oh, well, I'm going to a website in Russia. Like, oh, so you're choosing Russian sources to be more reliable than American sources. Why would you think that a Russian source is more reliable than American? Like, because the Russian sources are censored in Russia by the Russian government, but they're not censored in America by the Russian government. You know, if they get outside of it. Like, does that really make sense to you when you say that out loud? Like, Russia is more interested in providing free and open information to the world outside of Russia than they are to providing open and like wouldn't you think like logically that Russia is curating specific information to be disseminated to the rest of the world, especially to American markets? Wouldn't you think that there's a like a specific thread of information? Like if Russia has such a control over their own internal media that they can control what their people like I will help develop their their theories. I want them to think it through and really develop their theories and really have an understanding of what it is that they're saying. I won't tell them that they're wrong. I will entertain their silliness. And hopefully, at some point, they realize that the logical brick walls that they run into. Had one guy who was very insistent on the creation theories. Very, very insistent. He went blue in the face telling me how God put fossils in the strata of the dirt to make people think. I'm like, so your God's a liar, is what you're trying to tell me. Like that's what it sounds like you're saying. Like he's a tricky, sneaky, lying individual. Like he would put all this information there to make us think one thing in order to tell. Why would the God who wants us to worship him in order to glorify him, like that's our purpose, right? That's like the first tenet of our faith is the purpose of man is to glorify God, right? Why would God try to trick us? Like, why would he put obstacles in front of us? Like, literally put obstacles in front of us. Like, come on, help me understand this theory that you're trying to send at me so that I can better qualify like the thoughts in my brain. Like you can do this, right, Dwight? Yeah, he short circuited on that one after a while. But you know, I mean, I want to hear the conversation. I want to know what it is you're thinking. I want to know what's making I want to understand it. I want to know why you think that it was more logical to have 19 shooters around Dealey Plaza than it is to have one. As implausible as it would be to have the one, I want to know why you think it would be more plausible to have 9 or 6 or 4. Like, how is it more plausible? I want to know this. I want to dig into it. I really do want to understand what it is. And, you know, when you're face to face and you're talking to somebody, you can draw this information out. When you're not face to face, they just like fall back to their talking points, and it's really hard to understand what the fuck they're talking about. They're like, oh, we're being invaded. Invaded by who? Foreigners. Which foreigners? Mexicans. Okay. How are they invading us? Like, what's the invasion? Do you know what an invasion is? They're being invaded. And they just draw back to their words that they speak, and it's like, come on, man. Let's talk in real life. Let's talk in real life. Let's have real words. Because when you actually have to make the words come out of your mouth, your brain does different things. It's easier to type it. It's hard to make your brain make the words happen because then you hear how dumb it sounds when you actually say it out loud. And that's what I really want to talk about. When I have people, you know, whatever silly, you know, tell me about your alien theories. I want to know more about your alien. Like tell me more about how we're all like they're among us. Like how is it possible? Like just I want to understand I want you to talk to me about the physics that you think you understand. Tell me more. Tell me more about how you think there's dinosaurs living in the ocean. Tell me. I really want to know more. Tell me more. Just keep talking. Give me more information. I want to hear the information. You're not going to convince. You will convince me if it's a convincing argument. But I can at least entertain the idea. I can certainly entertain the idea. But oh, there you go. Who cares what you think you barely know about? Yeah. YouTube approved me for monetization instead of super banning me for a yeah, see, I don't think I'm actually going to get approved for monetization, even when I pass the benchmarks. Congratulations on being approved, by the way. But I don't think I'm actually when I hit those benchmarks, I don't think I'm going to get approved for it. I don't see that happening. But in fact, I don't know if I want that happening. But I guarantee if I get approved for monetization and people start advertising their products on my channel, I'm definitely going to start advertising my products on their channel. I'm going to focus on Bushmills and Jack Daniels and the other channels that are whiskey channels. Absolutely, 100%. Anyway, I don't know why you suggested butt plugs as a comment. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what butt plugs are, but I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know what the context of that comment is. But I do know that I am, Jesus, 18 minutes behind on chat. I've gotten worse. Let me work on that. One reason I stay out of politics for the most part, aside from the fact that talking about it, no, I would agree with that. I've seen a lot of people, like, I think back to when I changed my mind in politics. The people talking in the background mattered, but it was more of the conditions on the ground that made a difference. Like seeing the actual actions of the politicians here in Texas. Seeing them say one thing and do another. Seeing the conditions that we were working in, the conditions my wife was working in as a teacher, just the conditions that didn't match up and the logic failed to connect. And I am perfectly willing to solve problems that exist in the world today and create new problems with those solutions, and then solve the new problems with the solutions that were created. Like when people had no, like when the economy seized up and people had no jobs and they needed more money to pay rent, and there were stimulus payments that went out to people just to make sure they paid rent, so that people were flush with cash, so they didn't get kicked out of their homes. And then 9 months later, we have inflation. Like, okay, so we'll solve that problem next. It's better to have inflation now than to have people kicked out of their homes 9 months ago. But the idea of people getting kicked out of their homes would have been okay and tolerable. Like that wasn't a good solution to the problem. And then we can, foreseeing the next problem down the road, we can solve this problem down the road. If A led directly to B, but there was other circumstances in between A and B, obviously. So it was more like A led to D, as long as B and C actually happened as well. But we solve the problems down the road. That's what we do as a people. We do things and then we create problems and we solve problems and create more problems and we solve more problems, and that's fine. The challenge is, of course, making sure that we can all agree on the problem, and I think we can all agree on most of the problems. It's just agreeing that the new problems that we create can be solved in new ways, and we used to agree on the problems. We just disagreed on the solution. Now we don't. For a large segment of the population, not everybody. I think you and me can, sit down and reasonably agree that the problems over a glass of whiskey or two. But there's a large cohort of the population that listens to the people that deny the problems even exist, and that's problematic because when the water's up around your waist and everybody's saying, no, that's not a problem. That's a function of liberty. And like the water's around your waist and like your house is being destroyed. And you're like, this is not a function of liberty. This is a function of not doing anything for 20 years to ameliorate flooding in the Houston area. This sucks, man. Do something about this shit. But that's just, it's a long-term slow burn. And the forum of Facebook and Twitter is probably not the best forum for convincing people. The forum for convincing people, the forum for discussing things and having reasonable discussions with folks is face-to-face and over a pint of beer and a shot of whiskey. And that's why I like the idea of opening up a tasting room and having my tasting room working at the distillery, because then you can have people face to face and talking. There's no enemies. There are no enemies around a table with whiskey. There are no enemies around a bottle of whiskey and a plate of shot glasses. There are no enemies in that situation. Everybody is a friend. Everybody has whiskey. Everybody is a like-minded individual that they can participate in the same spirit and the same joy. You're all brothers. You're all sisters. Raise a glass. Raise a glass to the brotherhood. Raise a glass to the sisterhood. We will all commune together. Cheers and salute. That's an extra shot. God, that's good whiskey. And I agree with you, Bigfoot. I do think that YouTube can be a great platform for a brand, a better platform for a brand than other mediums, because YouTube is a more long-form medium, mid-form, long-form medium, and there's a lot of watch hours. I think recently, in the last 2 weeks, TikTok passed YouTube for number of hours watched, but I think that YouTube is still the dominant platform as far as that goes, because of the long-form videos that you can do on YouTube that you can't do on TikTok. TikTok is not designed for that, and I think that would be bad. Anyway, let's keep going. How far behind am I? 12:45, 1:15. I am 20. Oh shit, I'm 25 minutes behind. Ooh, that's a good point. Learn from friends who actually know things. But you still need to triangulate your information. Even if somebody knows something, you listen to another person that knows something, and another person that knows something, and you can triangulate that information, because there might be an outlier. Even if you know a thing, they can still be full of shit. They can know things from a certain perspective, a certain point of view. Just cautionary tale, but because there's a lot of people, even with economic policy, there's a lot of people that disagree on economic policy. Because there's a lot of people that subscribe to theories on economic policy that are 50 years old and outdated. And there's a lot of new information that has come about in economic policy in the last 30 years that is different from what we understood economic policy to be in the 1980s, the 1970s and 1980s. And our understanding of how the economy works is broader because we have a much broader base on the economy. In the 1970s, we didn't have giant mega corporations the way we have mega corporations today. We don't have scale in the 70s the way we have scale today. We don't have international corporations today, or in the 70s the way we have international corporations today. We had them, but they were different. It was very, very different. So the economic theory of how things work is different today. We have huge financial monetary sinks in the economy where you can have valuations inflating and blowing up in certain areas of the economy, but in other areas of the economy they tank. Like when we had the housing crisis, we had this huge hole in the economy where you could just throw money into it, and that prevented inflation because it was like a heat sink. With all the money being created and going into the banks, there was like this huge heat sink, and it was different than how we understood it to be, because we were working under the supply side. We were fully expecting inflation to just blow up in like 2008, 2009, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It still didn't happen. It didn't happen all the way until now, when we had this issue with the supply being constricted. We had supply being constricted, demand still being there, and then we had this inflationary cycle happen. And it's a function of just a different set of economics that didn't exist in the 1980s that does exist now because of 50 years of supply-side economic theory of just producing and producing and producing so much stuff that it drive the price down. Blah, 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 blah. That's a whole other fucking conversation to have for another day. I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, I'm a fan of local breweries and distilleries. I am too. I am still committed to doing this show, 50 states, the United States of whiskey, where we do 50 states, 50 whiskeys, whiskeys that cannot be gotten in Houston, Texas. If one of these whiskeys, 50 different states, 50 different whiskeys. And each state has its own unique whiskey from a unique distillery, somewhere local, somewhere small, somewhere hard to get, something that I can't get in a local liquor store, something you have to go to the distillery to buy it. I think it'd be a cool show. I don't quite know how I'm going to do the logistics for this show, but I am committed to doing this show because craft liquor needs more visibility. Absolutely needs more visibility. Anyway, and I'm not trashing the distilleries, Dustin. I'm just not impressed by the distilleries. They're fine. They make good liquor. They make good whiskey. They make good booze. Buffalo Trace, Maker's Mark, all those, they make perfectly good. They just don't excite me. Like, it's like missionary sex and porno. It's just, it doesn't excite me. They're just, fine, whatever. It's fine. It's good. It's good whiskey. It's fine. Everybody's had it. Everybody can get it. Oh wow, you got a bottle of fancy whiskey. It's I can get it right down there at the High-Low Liquor Mart. That's literally 8 minutes from mine. Thanks though. I appreciate it. That's cool. You got Weller. Cool. Awesome. Weller. Great. I'm not trashing it. They make fine liquor. They make fine whiskey. But these people get all excited, like, oh, we got a bottle of Eagle Rare. Yeah, there's like 9,000 bottles of Eagle Rare right here in Houston. Yeah, cool, exciting, fantastic. Tell me more about tell me more about a whiskey that I don't know about. I want to know more about this other whiskey. I've got a bottle over here of where's the bottle? Of this one. Left Turn Distilling Company. From the old Santa Fe Trail. Out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Left Turn Distilling is who it is. Left Turn Distilling. Fascinating story behind these guys. I can't get this in Houston. This is the reason I bought this bottle. I could have gone to Albuquerque and bought a bottle of Willet. But instead, I went to Albuquerque and bought a bottle of Albuquerque's own Santa Fe Trail bourbon whiskey. It's a cool souvenir. This is the kind of souvenir you can't get unless you go to the place. And that's what I find to be fascinating. I find that to be far more interesting. I mean, I can get a petrified rock from Nevada. I can get a petrified wood rock chunk from Mississippi. I can get geodes. I can get coffee mugs. Like I can get Palo Duro coffee mug from Palo Duro Canyon. I'm not going to buy that coffee mug in Wisconsin. I want something. I want to know, like, that's what excites me. That's what interests me. That's what gets me going. Like, cool. Like, seeing a bar with all the whiskeys, that's cool. Don't get me wrong. That's really cool. Like, you're an enthusiast. I'm into that. I'm down. I want to try them all. Tried a bunch of them. But I really, 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 really like. I'm a craft distiller. I'm a local distiller. Like I want people to come to Texas, get on the Texas whiskey trail, and buy whiskeys that they can't buy anywhere else. I want them to come here and get excited about that idea. I want them to come here and buy stuff that they cannot fucking find anywhere. I want you to come here from Dallas and be all like, "What do you got that's local?" You got me. I'm local right here. Of course, you can get me in Dallas too. So I'm not that drink necessarily. You want something you can't get in Dallas. You want to go to Buffalo Bayou Brewing or Buffalo Bayou Distillery or MKT or one of these guys in Houston that doesn't sell anything in Dallas yet. That's where you want to go. But yeah, I'll give you a tour of my shop too. I'll show you all around the place. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trashing them. I'm just, factory whiskey just doesn't excite me. I've seen factories that make ethanol. It just doesn't excite me. If you can brew, you'll always be protected during shift. SHFT. Okay. What about Springbank 25? I've never heard of Springbank 25. Tell me more. I want to know more. Hell, I'm happy to share a drink with you on Springbank 25. That sounds fun. No, Jim Beam is not a craft bourbon. Now, Jim Beam might make craft bourbons. Don't get me like they might have a special diversion off their still that sends a specific set of like Basil Hayden. Basil Hayden is what they call craft. Small batch. It's a Jim Beam product. It's small batch, whatever. It's not craft. It's small batch. There's a difference. But Jim Beam is or Basil Hayden is just like they have two nozzles coming out, and this one turns this way, and this one goes this way, and this one goes into Jim Beam, and this one goes into Basil Hayden. It fills up this vat, and they turn it back over here to Jim Beam. That's it. It's the same fucking whiskey. It just goes over to a different set of barrels. Basil Hayden's fine. It's good whiskey. It tastes good. It's good whiskey. I'll drink it. But yeah, no, that does it. It just doesn't excite me. It does not give me a boner. Sorry, Basil Hayden, big brand craft or big brand small batch just doesn't give me a boner. It's not gonna happen. But and they do stuff like bottled in bond. That is a specific set of whiskey that comes out of their shop. It's a specific subset of their whiskey, but yeah, it's still their whiskey. There's not a whole lot of differentiation between uh, the Evan Williams bottle and bond and the Evan Williams regular. It's cool. It really is. It's like getting a limited edition iPhone. It's it's still an iPhone. It's just limited edition. The chaser gave you heartburn. 900 views in a day, all under 15 seconds, all from some Russian app. I know that is also some weird stuff that happens. That happens on both the YouTubes and the TikToks. Like you get like some bot that just blows you up, and I haven't gotten a bot that blows me up yet, but I'm looking forward to getting that one day. When that happens, I'll know I've made it. I'll know I've made it. There's no such thing as off-topic bacon. Hit me. Any of y'all hear of the distilleries in Kentucky that are apparently making bourbon out of popcorn? Popcorn bourbon. Popcorn bourbon. That's an interesting idea because popcorn is more starchy than sugary. So there's less sugar in the popcorn than starch than typical corn. There's more starch than sugar in popcorn. So you got to convert that starch. You got to convert the starches to sugar with more beta. That is interesting. I am going to research that. Thank you, bourbon or bacon. I appreciate that. Tap a barrel and let it drip, drip, drip into the shot glasses. Yeah, that actually would be a cool evening at the distillery. You get a shot glass filled up every hour. New Glarus Brew in Wisconsin. It can only be bought in Wisconsin. Maybe we should have a beer exchange. We'll talk. Just wanted here in Kentucky and Ohio. I want you to have my whiskey there in Kentucky and Ohio too. I'll work on it. I will work on it. Give me time. That's a good point, Mike. When you're looking for facts, you have to be willing to accept that your preconceived notions are wrong. And accepting that a preconceived notion is wrong is not acknowledging that you are weak or dumb or fooled by anybody. very smart people can be misled, and anybody can make a mistake, and you need to be willing to accept that preconceived, like, as a Christian, I need to be able to accept that in my mind, I can hold two different notions side by side. A completely illogical idea of a uh, 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 of a cloud wizard who can smite me and do things and gives a shit about me and loves me and cares about me, but also hates me and can destroy me in the blink of an eye. But also the logical idea in my brain that that is full of shit. I need to be able to hold these two ideas together, like the illogical and the logical, like at the same time. You need to be able to do this, right? And you need to be able to acknowledge that. But when it comes to like real world things, like in my head, I need to be able to acknowledge that in theory, if all the conditions are correct, I can drive my car literally through a wall. Like all of the atoms will line up, right? Because atoms are mostly space. All of the atoms will line up in just such a way that I could drive my car through a wall. That's the illogical notion in my brain. Like you should be able to do this if all the conditions are correct. But also the logical part of my brain should be able to say, that's full of shit. Don't do that. Right? So, in that same sense, you should be able to hold in your mind the logical idea that, or the illogical idea, the completely illogical, fantastical idea that 5 high school students can hold off the Russian army being holed up in the mountains of Colorado. Right? You can hold in your mind the possibility of that idea. But the other part of your mind has to also hold in your mind that Red Dawn was fiction and that's bullshit. That's not actually going to fucking happen in real life. Right? So, like, your mind should be able to hold both of those things side by side. The fantasy ideal and the logical idea. Like, they should be able to hold both sides. And the logical should override the fantasy every fucking time. And even if the fantasy has this large idea in your brain, like, yeah, that could actually fucking, like, maybe it could happen. Like, logically, maybe it could happen. Like, 4 kids could hold off a division in Colorado. But that also leaves open the notion that everywhere else, there's not 4 kids holding off divisions. Like, everywhere else. Like, everywhere else. And there's like that little circle of kids from Colorado. Like Red Dawn is fiction. We should be able to understand that in our heads, right? And you find facts for yourself, and even facts that you don't want to be true, and you should be able to hold the fantasy in your mind, like Harry Potter is not real. He's just a fictional kid in a wizard school. But then the rest of your brain can also say, but yeah, that'd be neat if it was real. That'd be kind of cool. We can make believe and fantasize, but you're not going to go out and grab a fucking wand and try and kill people with it, because wands don't do that. Magic doesn't exist. Like, we can hold these two ideas in our head. The fantasy Harry Potter doesn't fucking exist, but it's neat, cool. I can have fun with that. Maybe I'm a house Ravenberg or whatever the fuck the houses are. But in the rest of your brain, you're like, oh, but maybe I should get some robes and maybe one of those scarves. And, I'm a Huffleberg. This is awesome. Like, fucking grow up. We should be able to do that. Like, logic, like, this is reality and this is the fantasy world. And we should be able to put, like, both of those together, but act on the one and just, like, keep the other as, like, fan fiction. We should be able to do that. We should be able to hold facts that we agree with. Well, not just facts that we agree with, facts. We should be able to hold facts on the one side and fantasy on the other. and not have, not have the two mixed up. We should be able to do that. We absolutely should be able to do that. Like, it'd be cool if we had lightsabers. But in reality, I cannot imagine how lightsabers would work. They don't. You can't just have although they've done it on YouTube. They've had plasma swords, but anyway. I would disagree with this notion, Top Shelf Dustin. If you're not an expert on a subject, it's really hard to know who's right or wrong. It is not hard to know who's right or wrong when you're not an expert on the subject, because there are experts in subjects that you can pull information from. I don't have to be an expert in how cars work in order to operate a car. I don't have to be an expert in how cars work to discern between a couple of different mechanics who try to feed me bullshit. I am not an expert in installing steam generators, but I've had several people who are experts in installing steam generators talk to me about installing my steam generator, so I can discern between the experts. It's not really hard. It's not really easy. Well, in some cases, it's really easy, but it's not really hard. It's not that hard. You listen to the people who are real experts. You get their, you can validate their credentials, and listen to them, and you can hear people who are full of shit, and they're full of shit, because you can listen to what they say. You can listen to the words that come out of their talk holes. So yeah, I wouldn't go with. I wouldn't say I don't think you have to be an expert in a subject to listen to people who are experts in a subject. You don't have to be an expert in cancer treatments to listen to doctors who are experts in cancer treatments tell you how to treat your cancer. I don't have to be an expert in what was something I got advice in recently. I don't have to be an expert in marketing to listen to experts in marketing. In fact, I talked to a guy today who owns a billboard, and he was trying to tell me about my business, and I stopped him. I'm like, look, you're the expert in marketing. I'm the expert in my business. Tell me about your product and why I need your product. Be the expert in the thing that I need, not the expert in the thing that I have. I'm an expert in my product. Show me your expertise in your product. I may be getting a billboard soon. I may not. I don't know. The jury's still out. I'm still debating it. But here's the thing. I'm not an expert in billboard marketing, but I do know people who have engaged in it, experienced, and they are more well-versed than me, so I can lean on them and talk to them and become an expert. Well, become more informed, to the very least. So you don't have to be an expert in order to know how to take expert advice. I don't have to know how plate tectonics works to know that plate tectonics works. And you generally do. You're right, at least on that. You do generally start off with a bias, one way or the other, but even those biases can be met with healthy skepticism. You go, is this really true? Because you can hear things that are just counterintuitive. That doesn't make any sense. Is that true? And then you go look it up and you go, well, tell me more. And then you go look it up, tell me. Like if I saw an article today, if I saw an article that popped up on my phone that said, Greg Abbott, our governor here in Texas, Greg Abbott proposes increasing school funding by 95%. You're like, that sounds weird. That's not a thing that Greg Abbott would do. That sounds unusual. I'm curious. I'm surprised. Tell me more. I would go look up that information and say, tell me more. Tell me more about what this, and then I'd find out what it really is. I don't know what, this hypothetical situation. I don't know what maybe he really is. Decided to almost double school funding for the state of Texas. It would be very unusual, very out of character. I would like to find out what, and chances are it would probably be doubling funding so that more funds can go to charter schools and charter schools, magnet schools, and quasi-private. But that's the theoretical idea. That'd be an example. Like, I'm not, like, the information doesn't sound quite right. So tell me more. Tell me, that sounds weird. That's counterintuitive. Tell me more. That sounds weird. And of course, that comes with a healthy dose of bias, because that's the track record of Greg Abbott here in Texas, is the track record of the opposite of what that headline would say. On the flip side of that, if I saw a headline that said, what would the headline be? Let's go with Ted Cruz. Here we go. Ted Cruz condemns Donald Trump. Oh, that sounds weird. Don't you think that would sound weird? Ted Cruz, of all people, condemning, of all people. Mitch McConnell condemns. Like, tell me more. What? Mitch McConnell? Like the GOP, like, he's never condemned? Tell me more. I want to know more. You gotta like dig a little deeper into that. That's all I'm saying. You just gotta dig a little bit deeper. Find some more information is all I'm saying. Cognitive dissonance. That's the word right there. Cognitive dissonance. And people, oh man, it is a hell of a drug. It really is. People dig on that shit. Farm. And I agree with you, Bacon. That's why I don't argue. I try and draw more information out when they're saying stuff that just doesn't make, like, tell me more about these alien invaders who are occupying bodies of human beings. Tell me more. How did they get here? How long have they been here? Where are they going? How do you know? Tell me more. I want to know more. And yeah, I love drawing that information out, because that just that is, yeah. Because I want to when you have somebody who's being ridiculous, the more you get them to talk, the more ridiculous they get. They just keep getting more and more and more ridiculous, and I want to hear that. I'm here for that. 100% of the time, I am here for that. I absolutely want to hear more of that. Whoop, there we go. So anyway, let's keep going. Involve them showing up not to invade, but to inform us the world is in fact flat. Aliens flying across the universe. They come to us after millions of light years, show up at Earth, and they drop down, and they go, yeah, it's been flat the whole time, thanks, bye. And they get in their airplane and they leave. They go back to Andromeda. That'd be fucking hilarious. I like the idea of even better, the Douglas Adams thing, where there's the immortal guy who's going all over the universe to insult people in alphabetical order. So he just drops down on Earth. He goes over to Michael Jacobson or whatever, and he says, "You are a fat, ugly slut." And he gets back in the spaceship and he leaves. And the dude's sitting there like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, that is part of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Y'all should read that book. For real. Anyway, why would YouTube not monetize me? I don't think YouTube would monetize me because the content that I have is not monetizable content. I can't see Geico wanting to run their commercials at the beginning of my content, because my content is alcohol fueled nonsense. It is silliness. It is it's not wholesome family fare. It's not corporate friendly, if you will. So 18 minutes ago, I would have understood the butt plug. God damn it. 18 minutes, that was from 108. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm getting even further and further behind it. Okay. Enough monologuing. Let's catch up to fucking chat, shall we? Let's go. If I could somehow get monetized, why wouldn't you be able to? I joined the channel already monetized. My God, those early videos of Mike's first partner reference getting the what? Reference getting his Red Wings as a tasting note. I know what that reference means. As a tasting note, though. Holy shit. Maybe that's a different version of getting your Red Wings. My I don't even want to get into that. No. Because okay, so the image in my head right now is uh Walking Dead, the sheriff dude, what's his name? Carl's dad, holy shit. Am I drawing a blank on Carl's dad from The Walking Dead? Um Carl's dad, Walking Dead. Carl's dad, Walking Dead. Carl Grimes is the kid. What's his dad's name? He is Shane, Leon, Don. No, come on. Rick Grimes. So the image in my head right now is Rick Grimes biting the neck of the Takers, Joe and the Takers. And he's wrapped up in the barrel and he bites the neck and comes up. And he's got blood all down his chin. Like that's the picture in my head reading this comment here of getting your Red Wings as a tasting note. Like Rick Grimes going, "Arr!" He's got all the blood going down his chin. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I will leave it at that. Sandbags to your front door, not the rest of your house. People grasp that inflation isn't a U.S. problem. Bingo. Thank you, Dustin. Yeah, you're not going to get a real conversation on social media, but you can definitely get a real conversation in real life, and that's why I value the chat back and forth, and I value the sitting down face to face, and I try to make this forum an extension of sitting down face to face at the tasting room. This is a whiskey happy hour. This is this is a whiskey happy hour. This is an extension of the happy hours that we would have at the tasting room if we were fully operational at the tasting room. So there you go. Oh shit! I lost the comment. I saw 4 roses. I saw 4 roses. Where'd it go? I also find it. I'm drinking 4 roses. 4. I'm sorry, it wasn't 4 roses. 4 Gate Eagle Thief. 4 Gate Eagle Thief. I will search. That sounds like something we need to do for a bottle exchange, Mr. Dustin. 4 Gate Eagle Thief. Maybe we need to do a bottle exchange, my fair maid. I called you a maid. You'll likely can't get in Houston up here though. There's a well, that's one of the cool things. Washington State has its own distilling subculture up there. Yeah, I'm down. That's one of the cool things about craft distilleries is that they're hyper local and they're just fascinating places to visit and hang out with, and they've all got their own culture, they've all got their own personality, and it's just really cool. I want to hear about whiskey rather than maybe so. That might be a little bit true, but not in a bad way. Like I don't want to like shit on people's like factory whiskeys that are nationally distributed, but I really want to hear about their special, unique local brews. And it's the same way with like breweries. You know, I can't get the stuff that you can get in Seattle here. I can't get the beer that you can get in Lexington here in Houston. I can't get beer that you can get in Cleveland in Houston. I can't get beer like these local home brews that are, god damn, my finger hurts. Yeah, can y'all see that? Y'all see that cut on my finger? You can't. Where's that? There it is. See that cut on my finger? Hurts like a motherfucker. Anyway, there are these brews that you just can't get. It's almost like homebrew that you can only get it when you're in Mike's garage or when you're Tom's garage or in Shayna's garage. You can only get their homebrew at their home where they make it. These local breweries that you go into a pub in Ireland and that pub is the only place where you can get that beer because that beer is made in the back. That's fucking cool. That's hyper local. That's awesome. That's the local, literally the local flavor and culture of these communities, and I'm here for that. I want to know more about that. I want more of that. I want to get into that. I want to see what you've got, and I want to share it with the world because that's fucking awesome. Aerodrome Distillery in Corpus Christi. Next time I'm in Corpus Christi, I'm going to check that out. Aerodrome Distilling. Next time I'm in Corpus, because I every once in a while I go down to Corpus and do a tasting. Drone Corpus. See, and you people feed me ideas as well as any other place. I love it. Absolutely love it. What you don't know about spring break? Oh yes, I probably do need to talk. I'm catching up. It's 123, 149. I'm only 17 minutes behind now. I'm catching up. All kinds of whiskey and cigars here. Oh yeah, I bet so. And I love it. And when I would travel for work, I would love the local flavors of the place I would go to. I would hate, when I would just default to whatever food was there. Bennigan's or Denny's or Chili's or whatever shit. It always felt like a disappointment. I'd so much rather go to a place that had like a menu that the guy lived there and it was just a really cool place. So much preferred those places. Cigars kill whiskey. Cigars kill whiskey bottles if you let people smoke inside. The problem with smoking cigars inside the distillery is the alcohol vapors. That's the challenge. Live near dock. Oh, that dock. Safety dock. Yeah. Well, I mean, 2 hours from safety. 2 hours is not a very long drive. Not here in Houston, at least. 2 hours is just the other side of town, to be quite honest. We will likely have a cigar garden just outside our tasting room. That's the ultimate plan. Keep bottles away from smoke. True. Perfect. Local Scotch club, who are also a cigar club. It's not just fun how many cigars are smoked versus. That's a good point. And this is where I lose control of chat because I'm monologuing and y'all are talking amongst yourselves, ignoring me. That's fine. This is fascinating. I'm loving this. This is what happens in tasting rooms. This is what happens in bars. Plot twist. Those kids in Red Dawn, they won because they had high ground. That brings us back to Kenobi and Star Wars. That's kind of right. Did they win? I mean, I guess they did kind of win because in the epilogue it is clearly the invaders were defeated. Wolverines and Red Dawn was a great movie. It was fun to watch. It's a fun movie. The remake sucked, but there you go. I have not yet seen Top Gun Maverick yet, though. I did watch the original Top Gun recently, but anyway. I'm not. I wasn't ignoring that. It was just. I mean, we all start off with a huge bias. We don't ever go into a situation of completely blank slate. We always start off with a bias one way or the other, and that's usually because we participate in reality And there's a bias towards, well, there's a bias towards preconceived notions. There's always a bias towards preconceived notions. And some people are more willing to challenge those preconceived notions than others. And you know, in order to overcome those preconceived notions, you have to have compelling evidence. And in some cases, people are just not going to accept compelling evidence to overcome their preconceived notion that Google edits information to favor one ideology over another, when the reality is that they edit information to favor true things over false things. And if one ideology aligns themselves with false things over true things, it's not because Google's not censoring the ideologies. Google's just censoring the false things. And it's and if your bias is, well, they're just going to censor me, then yeah. I mean, you start off with a big bias, but you got to be able to challenge that bias sometimes, and sometimes you got to be able to be willing to challenge that. Wizards don't exist. You start off with a bias that wizards do exist, and you have to be presented with compelling evidence that wizards don't exist, and you're willing to accept the gray area of things that you don't understand and chalk them up to, well, wizards did that. But that's just overcoming a bias, and you're just going to have to at some point realize that wizards don't exist in real life, and that's just how it has to be. But I also have faith in humanity that there are more people who are willing to overcome their biases than more people that participate in reality and understand that wizards don't exist. And that there are more of us who believe in reality and that wizards don't exist than there are that people who don't. Or at the very least, there's more people who can hold those two notions together in their head, that wizards are cool and would be neat if they did exist, but they don't exist. And then they act on the idea that they don't exist more than they do on the idea that it would be cool if they did. And there's just more people that act on this than the other. I have that faith in humanity, at least. So there you go. How close are we to being caught up? Still 21 minutes, getting closer. Well, experts should be biased. Experts should be biased in favor of the facts. And experts, you should not be able to sway an expert away from the facts. When an expert is clearly biased, you can't count on them for your information. You get a base beliefs on. Going back to Justice's comment, he's just I am far behind on chat. My apologies. But experts should be biased towards towards the facts. But that is also one of the big challenges when it comes to scientific innovation and scientific development, where you have a generation of experts who are experts in their field, but they're experts on the field of knowledge that they've developed over the last 50 years. And they've developed their knowledge from that information. And then the next generation has also developed an expertise on knowledge from the previous 50 years, but that's 50 years more advanced than the 50 years that the previous experts have developed their knowledge. So you end up with people like Einstein who bridged generations and came up with very innovative stuff that was on the cutting edge of knowledge that wasn't accepted by his peers, but the next generation of astrophysicists took that knowledge and worked with it and said, yeah, actually, he's fucking right. And that everybody before him was wrong, and everybody after him took this new knowledge and worked with it, and was very much advancing the knowledge going forward. You take the tools that you have and you improve them, and then the next group of people comes and looks at the tools and go, what if we did something different? But because you've got the tools that you have, you do what you do with the tools you have. And then the next generation comes with the tools you have, and they say, well, we should do something different, and they innovate something new. There's a whole, and it's a generational development that way. But when you're talking about the difference between experts and commentators, there's a big difference between experts and commentators. There are experts that are actual experts in the field and actually have the knowledge and actually have the information. And then there's the commentators who are like, a glass of wine every day will make you live longer. When the experts are like, actually, it's not an entire glass. It's more like a shot, and maybe it's not every day. It's maybe like just a larger consumption. It may not actually be longer. It's just like you have fewer degenerative health effects in the early stages. And there's like more nuance. The experts will tell you there's more nuance, but the commentators are like, more anal sex and more wine. And the experts are like, whoa, what are you talking about the anal sex? You didn't say it wasn't anal sex. And then, that's when, see, that's the difference. But anyway. An expert isn't an expert. Yeah, the air quotes expert isn't an expert. That is correct. The world of information is an extremely challenging world to live in, and that's why you got to triangulate information. That's why you've got to get multiple sources. You got to hear multiple things, and when you hear stuff coming at you, that doesn't sound right. I don't think that's quite right. Like the city of Houston just authorized flying cars. What? That doesn't sound right. Why would the city of Houston authorize flying cars? We already have shitty enough traffic. Now we have to worry about cars crashing at us from above? That doesn't sound right. Trust the it doesn't sound right instinct and look up a second thing. That's all I'm saying. Red Wings is Red Wings. Red Wings is... So Red Wings, when I grew up, like Red Wings were the shoes, right? They're the shoes. They're the comfortable, very comfortable shoes. Red Wings, my first introduction to the sexual term Red Wings was just having sex during the period. Not the Rick Grimes. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway. Zombies do have awfully soft skulls in The Walking Dead. There's a whole lot of issues I have with The Walking Dead. Mostly the recycled storylines every fucking episode and the very illogical activity in every fucking episode. But I haven't watched the last season, so I don't know for sure. I agree with you 100%, Mike. If you get killed by one of those slow-ass, weak-ass zombies, it's your own damn fault. You think they'd have figured out the zombie thing and stopped it. I agree. And see, here's the issue. The big issue I have, like, yeah, you shoot them in the head and you kill them, but are you telling me that if you sever their spine, they still walk? Like, you could at least immobilize these guys, right? Are you telling me you can't immobilize them? Tell me if you don't blast off their leg, like their rotted flesh out of their leg. You tell me if you don't shoot their leg and the leg flies off, they can still walk? Are you fucking kidding me? Nah. There was a whole lot of willful disbelief and suspension of disbelief in The Walking Dead that we had to do as viewers, that by the time the 10th season rolled around, by the time the 7th season, the 5th season rolled around, that I was just like, nah, I can't do this. I can't do this much work for my entertainment. They're asking me to do a lot to fill in their gaps of their narrative. I mean, you need to stop. You need to fill in the gaps yourself. Y'all need to start like trying harder as directors and writers. There's a very good chance that they would have been eradicated here in Texas. I don't doubt that for a second. Thank you, Mike. I am committed to very little drama on my channel. And even when I try to approach controversial subjects, I try to approach them in a philosophical manner, not a uh, antagonistic manner. So, give me a challenge. What is the average IQ of African American in the U.S.? Speaking of not approaching drama, I am not going to even address that. So there you go. It's a huge article. It's hard to find. So see, this is where I would normally draw out more information from you. Like, why do you think the average IQ of an African American is what do you think average IQ actually means? What do you think the IQ score really is? Why do you think maybe there might be a difference among population groups in the United States of America between IQ? What do you think IQ actually measures? Tell me more about your preconceived biases about the IQs. This is where I would engage in a conversation and draw out more information from you, because the question says a whole lot more than the answers. You follow what I'm saying? It says a whole lot more about preconceived notions, preconceived biases, than the answers would actually tell you. Because there's a whole lot to unpack there. There's a whole lot to unpack. And I would no doubt agree that there's a big bias on results, but not on necessarily on some topics. I would say there's a big bias on results on IQ tests. If you know about IQ tests, you know that there's a big bias on results. So there you go. I'll leave it at that. And we could talk more about that. Maybe we'll do a show. Yeah, we'll do a show on IQ tests. Because that'd be a fun topic to tear open. IQ tests in America. Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, hell, even in middle school, I knew about biases, or high school. Freshman psychology class, as a matter of fact. Anyway, I could find that myself. Took a lot longer. I mean, See, I've had just about enough to drink that this could be a fun conversation. Clearly talking about the Rick Wings. Oi. The Rick Wings. The Rick Wing Red Wings. Man, I don't want to talk about that. Have I caught up to fucking chat? Told you I'd do it, motherfuckers. Anyway, there are multiple tests and results. The biggest problem is when you use other sources, you really get dated results. You get a complete other bias. I bet dated results. I bet if you go back to the 50s and 60s, I bet if you go back to the 30s and 40s, you'd get even more interesting results about difference in IQs between African Americans and white Americans. I bet you if you go even further back to about the 1850s and 1860s, you get even more information about the differences in IQs between African Americans and white Americans. I bet you if you go back even further to the 1830s, you get all kinds of really cool articles about and books and essays about that natural circumstance of servitude and the natural environment that they just feel comfortable being in. That they just grow up proper like. They just feel more at home in a status of indentured servitude. They feel more at home in a status of servitude and a status of subservience because they shouldn't be given the the proprieties of being able to read, or maybe indoor plumbing or things like that. It's just the African's natural circumstances to be one of subjugation to the white man, because that's just how they naturally ought to be. You see what I'm saying? If you go back far enough, you can find all kinds of deliciously biased articles to find. That's what it is. I guess I am missing the reason for the question. Tell me more about the reason for the question. Tell me about biased results. I can tell you all kinds of biased results. You have a lot of biased results. And there's a lot of biases. Even the question itself is a loaded question. Without even looking like the question itself, I will tell you this. Without even looking at the results of the Google search, the question itself is loaded with bias, because the question itself assumes that there would be a difference, and that articles would either suggest that there's no difference or that there is a difference. And my assumption is that if you look hard enough, you'll find articles that will support what it is you think will say, either that there's no difference or that there is a difference. And knowing, like, even as recently as the 1980s, with that god-awful scientific study called the bell curve, that argued that there's an intrinsic difference in intelligence between races in America. As recently as the 80s, we're talking within our lifetimes, right? That it wouldn't be hard to find articles that suggest that there's an intrinsic and inherent difference. I mean, Jesus, as recently as the 80s, as recently as the 90s, there were people talking about whether or not black quarterbacks could be elite quarterbacks in the NFL, right? I mean, hell, even Rush Limbaugh said that. What the fuck was that dude's name? The Philadelphia quarterback, Walter, not Peyton, not who's that fucking Patrick? No, Philadelphia quarterback. Not Philadelphia. Was it Philadelphia? Yeah, Philadelphia quarterback. Jesus. Pickles? No, not Pickle. Eagles starting quarterbacks. Here we go. Philadelphia Eagles starting. Not Peyton. I'll get the name in just a second. He was not Kevin Cobb. That was a Donovan McNabb. No, that's not right. Randall Cunningham? Yeah. I think it was Randall Cunningham. He said Randall Cunningham only got the praise and adoration that he got because he was black. That was recently as the 1990s. What I'm saying is, like, my own personal bias, is I would fully expect that there would be plenty of articles. You might have to dig through them for a while. There'd be plenty of articles as recently as the 1980s, probably far up as the 1990s, arguing that there is a distinct racial difference, because I've heard it all my life. And I know that it's untrue because these studies have been disproven again and 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 again. But let's Google it. Let's see. Let's do the experiment. Average IQ of African American. There's a Google search. Average IQ of African American. First response, Brookings.edu. Black-white test score gap. Why it persists and what can be done. Second response, Brookings.edu. Third response, Psychology.fandom.com. Race and intelligence. Average gaps among races. Third one, Journals.sagepub.com. Sagepub. African IQ and mental retardation. 30 years of research on race differences in cognitive EDUL? I don't know what the fuck that is. There's still no good reason to believe black-white IQ differences are due to, what's the rest of that headline? Are due to genes. This is Vox. That's from 2017. The first one, the first response is, that's 1998. That's 24 years old. This is a psychology paper from, I can't tell what that is. This is, there we go, average IQ. This will tell me. This actually has a graph and shit. I'm not going to read the whole article, though. IQ test score gap, blah, 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 says it exists, etc., etc., etc. Oh, here we go. Average IQ for blacks across 3 decades. The research gate. What will this tell me? Average IQ score. Mean black IQ score for the year 2000 was 89? 90? It's hard to tell. Anyway, this was the, what is this, the third? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth one. Right there on the front page. But there's a standard deviation between the annual community and white community. White folk also, not everything is. No idea until I did the research. If you Google the IQ tester, you'll get why there's a difference. You struggle to find the numbers. What was the 6th one on this list? It's right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right there in the front. And you got to sift through because most of the results are going to be about why. It's going to be actual information why. And those are from the 90s and they kind of suck. 30 years of research on race differences in cognitive. There's a Wikipedia article right there. That's number 7. Race and intelligence. Let's flip it around. Average IQ of white. Flip it around. White children studied, average IQ is 97.2. Average IQ of, same question, average IQ of black. BLACK. Touche. You've got the point. Points to Dustin. Because, repeat the question, average IQ of white. Average IQ, right, says it right there, 97.2. Can you see that? 97.2. Touche. And that reveals my bias because, I mean, God's honest truth, I've heard that question so many fucking times. You ever know what the difference between African American and white American's IQ is? They got a lower one all the time. You know why? Because you're like, fuck off, you dumb idiots. That reveals my bias. I've heard that, like, here in Texas, all my fucking life. I kid you not. Ever since, like, I swear to God, ever since middle school, probably high school psychology. But yeah, it does. Like for real, it does not say that as the opening result, but you say it on the you flip the question around. Let's go French. Average IQ of French. Lists it right there. Average IQ of American. American, just generic American. 98. Says it right there. 98. But let's go with Asian American. Of Asian. It doesn't say it for Asian Americans either. Doesn't say what the average IQ for Asian American is the top result. Let's go with, what's another one? Average IQ of any other people group. What is it? Jewish? Doesn't say. And maybe it's less of filtering bias as it is a average IQ of doctors. Oh, average IQ of doctors is between 120 and 130. Says it right there. I wonder if there's a way to do black doctors. Does not say black doctors. Let's go with one more. Let's go with average IQ of Asian doctors. No, French doctors. Average IQ of French doctors. The top result is a Quora question about the average IQ of doctors, medical doctors. So what does this tell us? This reveals the old humble guy's bias of listening to that question for 40 years and having people literally tell him again and again over the course of 40 years that, they're just naturally more savage. Oh, really? I know what they are. They're just naturally more savage. But that's my bias, and that's why nobody was trying to turn this into a race thing. But see, that's my bias. I've heard that question so many fucking times, so many times, and that's my natural bias. I come at it with a bias of that question is a loaded question. Have you ever tried to find out the difference between white IQs and black IQs? There's like that is an inherently biased question, and I've heard that question 100,000 million times ever since I was a kid. And if you're going on IQ points and IQ scores, there's reasons behind it. There's and it's not just blacks; it's minorities in general that they have lower IQ scores than white kids. Lower test scores in general, lower SAT scores, lower ACT scores, all kinds of lower scores. And it's why these tests get continuously improved and continuously changed year after year after year after year to try and remove the inherent biases in the tests themselves. But yeah, that reveals my own bias. But I don't think that that's necessarily a bias in Google's algorithms to hide that information from you. But that may be my own bias talking. I think it's more a bias in Google towards information versus towards actual information and knowledge versus just regurgitating facts and results. Because the algorithm doesn't necessarily regurgitate facts and results. It actually regurgitates well, I'm not an expert in Google's algorithm, so I don't know what the fuck it does. So I can't speak knowledgeably for that. Maybe that would be something to unpack more one day, but I can't unpack that right now because I don't know. I don't honestly know. But I can say that I trust Google more. I trust Google based here in the United States more than I trust a search engine from a company based in Russia or China. That I can say. In fact, I trust Google more than I trust Bing or Yahoo or any of those others. So yeah, that's what and I have absolutely no problem challenging my own biases and my own beliefs. Because I know, coming from where I come from, I have a whole fucking trailer full of biases and beliefs. And I have to consider those pretty much every time I do stuff. when I'm interacting with people and when I'm doing all kinds of stuff. Like, for the longest time, I myself was a fully opposed to gay marriage. And then one of these days, or one of those days, I decided, like, why? Like, what the fuck am I worried about? What is it going to cheapen my marriage with my wife? No, not really. And then somebody noted to me that if you're not fully participating, if you're not fully allowed to participate in an organization, then are you really fully considered a member of that organization? And this being in the context of gays and the clergy in our church. And I thought about that, and like, if in theory, not everybody sitting in the pews with me is allowed to be a teacher or a preacher or a member of the session, or a fully participating person in the body of that community, are they really fully participating in the community? Are they really fully accepted in the community? And that kind of, that was a challenge to my preconceived notion. It really kind of shook what I was thinking to the core of what I was, because you could say one thing, like, yeah, I don't have any problem with what you do. You're fine. You be who you are. And then the other side is, yeah, but that has consequences. You can't participate in my community anymore. Like, those two things were incompatible. And they weren't incompatible for a long time until I challenged my own preconceived notions, and then they were preconceived. That they were preconceived for no purpose other than, I was creating an artificial standard of, this is the standard, you have to clear that standard to be a fully participating member. If you don't clear the standard, you're not a fully participating member. And then I realized that was just a man-made convention, and we got rid of that shit. And I was cool with that. I was really cool with that. But that's just how it goes. Cheers, Bimbo. Welcome back. Welcome back to the party. Glad to have you here. Jesus Christ, it's after 2 o'clock. And I am 20 minutes behind chat again. And I did the Google search, Mr. Dustin. Yeah, we all did take IQ tests in elementary school. And I do see, I came around, I saw your point. I don't fully agree with your point, but I see your point. But I also scrolled way past it. I'm going down a rabbit hole. I don't go down rabbit holes. No, I don't go down. I'm getting there. There we are. All right. Randall Cunningham. Yes, you got it. Okay. I'm catching up. I don't know where I got pickles from. I don't know where I got pickles from. But yeah, it was Randall Cunningham. That was the name that I was thinking of. We're catching up to chat. First thing pops up shows that we showed all the stuff. It's 4 points higher than it was when I, 85 something. Recent studies show a more narrow gap. Now, recent studies showing a more narrow gap could be because of better testing, better and more accurate testing, or maybe not better and more accurate testing, but testing that has more neutral questions. And there's a lot to be said for that. That the questions are more neutral, and the kids may understand it better if the questions are more neutral and less targeted towards a certain people group. So there you go. That's why the gap may be actually narrowing. Not so much because of a difference in cognitive function, but a difference in testing that cognitive function. When does any average American take an IQ test? That's a good question. Most people who take IQ tests are either really stupid or really... This is my own theory. Most people who take IQ tests are either really stupid or really smart. And very enterprising companies will target people who are very stupid for their IQ tests and then sell you a framed certificate to tell you that you're a genius. So, for example, you take the IQ test and it comes back and it says you have an IQ of 135. You are a genius. You can get this genius certificate for only $59.99. And if you want it framed in this nice mahogany frame, it's only another $20 more. And you're thinking, oh my God, for only $20 more, I get a frame? Holy shit, that's a steal of a deal. And you send this fucking company $79.99 and you get your genius certificate, which really only says that you were stupid enough to pay $80 to tell people that you're a fucking genius, even though your real score in the test was like 43. You're a barely functioning placebo. Barely functioning. Placebo? No, that's not a thing. Barely functioning amoeba. That's the word I'm thinking of. So yeah, I thought about making a company that did that for a while, doing a little game on Facebook that you can take your IQ test, and everybody gets a score of 130 or higher. And the real IQ test was if you bought the certificate. So, anyway. Statistically speaking, Mike, that's not true. You can definitely get an average. I think the number you need to get to have a statistically accurate average is something like 1,180. But I could be wrong about that. I can't remember back to my. It's a remarkably low number. Remarkably low number. Like 1,180 is the number that sticks out in my mind. To get a statistic, because at that point you need more people to change the outcome than people. Because if you have more than 1,000 people to move it 1%, you need to pick up like 100 people who all agree. So you have, let's say, you have 1,100 people. It's split between 60-40, the one side versus the other side, 1,100 people. So in order to move the 40 up to 41, you need to get 100 people who are all on B and none on A. So, but if you've sampled 1,100 people, you get the next 100 people. Let's say it's 52 and 48. That's not going to move the statistics. That's not going to move the breakdown a whole lot. You get the next 100. Like once you've hit 1,100, it's pretty much stable, unless you have a bias sample. So that's what I remember from statistics. It may be a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower, but it's right around that number. Anyway, country by country, get a good idea of the differences. I understand why you had that reaction with the same thing I was taught. Yeah, exactly. But also, it wouldn't be fair even if you did go country to country, because language differences, cultural biases, and all that. Like, I would not pass a French IQ test. I would be a French. What's the proper politically correct term for retard? I would be a French idiot. Mentally challenged Frenchman, because I don't speak French. I'd be looking at the test in French and be like, I don't know what the fuck this says. C, 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 I'd be done. So I would be a very stupid French student. On the other hand, a French student would be a very stupid American student. So, there you go. That's, and even if I did speak rudimentary French, or if the French test was translated to English, it still may not mean the same thing in English that it means in French because of translation differences. And that's to be expected. So there you go. Scrolling. Where are we at? 223, 230. I'm only 7 minutes behind. We're good. See nearly move west versus east. Germany pre-post wall. Can we talk about nerd stuff again? nerd stuff again is fun. But we follow the conversation in this part of the show, Mike. Sorry. The tests are inherently biased. Definitely inherently biased. But there you go. You never wanted to go. You never know where the conversation is going to go. But that's what I love about these conversations. They go to all kinds of places. And you got to see, y'all got to see clear on display a personal bias of my own. Things you don't let it get personal. You're willing to entertain the notion there's other information out there. Absolutely. I'm always I am absolutely 100% willing to be convinced based on factual information, real factual information. Not, my uncle said that he knew a guy that talked to his barber that has special information from just get the fuck out with that shit, man. Give me real fucking information. I don't want to hear that shit. I want to know real information. And when it comes right down to it, if I can demonstrate it myself, I'm gonna do it. Sometimes I don't have to. Like, you show me that iodine trick that they put the iodine in the water and they stir it and it goes from black to white and then back to black again. I don't have to do that myself to demonstrate it. I can look at that and watch it myself. But for other stuff, I look at that and go, that's weird. Can that really be done? Like with the when I did my that thing with the bottles, where I did the card in the bottles and I went yoink and I pulled the bottle out. I did it, and then I did it again, on video. That's a short, and my shorts. Maybe I'll do it again. But it was dope. I'm like, can this be done? I proved it. I did it. It worked. It was awesome. Anyway. Scrolling through chat, and yeah, for the longest time, for real, IQ tests were used as a cudgel to demonstrate a difference in cognitive ability between the races, when the reality was simply that the test for and partly the tests were biased, but for a very, very long time there was a difference in teaching, and there is an achievement gap that's related to generational and social poverty, and there's a whole lot of research and study going into that now that I'm still learning about. It's intuitive. It makes sense. It's like houses without books. Houses, people who learn to be poor and people who are situationally poor, people who are situationally impoverished, people who just lack resources and ability. And it's not so much lacking the capability, but just lacking the resources. And some of those resources is truly ambition and goals and effort, because you really can put people in a circumstance where everybody has $1 million. And then some people at the end of 10 years will have $50 million, and some people at the end of 10 years will have $50. And then there's that middle ground in the middle of people who, that's a thing. And some of the people on the other end who get the 50 million are lucky. Some people have the right circumstance. Some people are convincing the people in the middle that they can help manage their money. And some of them are taking advantage of the people over here who end up with 50. You don't always have equal results when you have equal resources. But if you have equal resources to start with, if everybody has the same starting line, then you can break the generational. The information is still kind of on the edge, on the edge and on the frontiers. They don't know about the solutions, but they do know, or they don't know. They're finding this consistency of, if you start, you have a more likely chance to end up poor if you start poor. The greatest indicator of outcomes, educational outcomes, employment outcomes, career outcomes, seems to be the starting point, and that seems to be more and more clear now than it has been in the past. The social mobility is, but there's a whole lot of research still working on it. There's a whole lot of people reading about it. There's a whole lot of people writing about it. A whole lot of people researching it. And they don't know the jury's still out of the whys, but they're seeing a whole lot of the whats. And it is it's a fascinating field to study. It's an absolutely fascinating field to study. And you know, I see that in my own life, where you grow up in what I call the golden suburban cage, right? Where you grow up in the suburbs, life is easy, relatively speaking. You have good education, not great education. You go into a state college, not a great state college, but a good state college. You get a good job, not a great job, better than a bad job. It's a good, like, everything's middle ground. You know, you grow up in a good neighborhood with a good school, or an average neighborhood with an average school with an average college, and you get an average job, and you get, you know, you're to get off of the average track takes a tremendous amount of effort. I said in a show several weeks back that the biggest indication of where you are and the reason we do what we do is because of where we were and because we did what we did, and that's where we're at now. And that's to get off of that track, it takes a tremendous amount of effort to change, and that's the same thing with the electric grid, with the power generation, with freeways, with electric cars, with AI, with, you know, all the stuff that we do. You know, that's why the story goes that's why the booster rockets on the space shuttle were the size that they were. It's because of the width of carts in the Roman era, because, you know, the horse's legs and the carts went on the wheels, or the wheel ruts in the road, and the wheel ruts in the road to find how big the rail lines were going to be, and the rail lines to find how big the tunnels were going to be, and, you know, just and the booster rockets had to go through tunnels here in the United States, and because the tunnels in the United States were a certain size because of the way they were back in the Roman days, that's how big the rockets had to be. Blah, 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 blah. We are where we are because we were where we were and we did what we did. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's move. What flavors of ice cream pairs best with your whiskeys? Holy shit, Bacon, that's a great fucking question. What flavors of ice cream pair well with our whiskey? Mint chocolate ice cream. That is a cream julep right there. A cream fucking julep. You want a chocolate cream julep? Mint chocolate ice cream. You want a vanilla cream julep? Vanilla mint ice cream. That is a fantastic ice cream to drink with, or to add to whiskey. Mint ice cream. Mint vanilla, mint chocolate. Either one of those. In fact, mint chocolate with a little whiskey on top. Oh, baby, that's some good stuff. That's some absolutely fantastic. Like just a spoonful of mint chocolate, put it in a shot of whiskey, stir it. You have a nice, thick, creamy, minty whiskey drink. Take it to the bank, boys. What other chocolate, just Dutch chocolate with the rye, right? The Dutch chocolate ice cream, that thick, rich, or even milk chocolate ice cream with the rye. But I think the Dutch chocolate would be better because the Dutch chocolate has a more, a deeper, thicker flavor to it than the milk chocolate. What would go well with the Special Reserve? Special Reserve. Go with a pralines and cream. Pralines and cream and Special Reserve. So there you go. 3 straight whiskey with a mint chocolate, pralines and cream with a Special Reserve, And with the rye, you go with a Dutch chocolate. There you go. That is your 3 ice cream lineup for our whiskeys. That's fuck. I need to put that on the fucking website. That's brilliant. Ice cream pairings. Pairings. Pralines. And cream. Special Reserve. Chocolate. Mint. And straight whiskey. And Dutch chocolate. With the rye. Thanks, Bacon. I never would have thought of that. Making a whiskey float. That's a pretty fucking good idea. Genius. 228, 243. I'm wrapping up at 3 o'clock, boys. In stats, 1,500 is the ideal sample size, but 1,000 generally what you need for useful. Okay, thank you, Dustin. I think it was 1,100 for a binary statistical sample. But if you're going with a multiple answers, it needs to be higher, like 1,500. But it also depends on what the error is. If I recall, if you went above 1,100, you weren't moving the standard deviation, the error significantly. You know, you're within 3%, within 2%, within 3%, whatever it was. If you added another 100, another 500, another 1,000, you didn't move the statistical deviation significantly. I don't remember what it was. It's been 10 years since I took a stat class, so don't hold me to that. I will take your word for it. 1,500 for not for ideal sample size, or 1,000 for useful statistics. So there you go. There are differences in races. Well, I will dispute that. I don't know if there are differences in races as far as IQ goes. I think that there's differences in testing, and I think that there's differences in there's local differences, cultural differences, but I do not think that there are inherent genetic differences between the races. That is horseshit. And there may be some cosmetic physical differences, but physically, yeah, I don't think there are remarkable physical differences between any races. That is fairly untrue. I think that is an untrue statement. And going back to the conversation we had before, the differences in IQ are not because of inherent differences in races. The differences in IQ are because of differences in testing and differences in social circumstance, not physical or genetic differences, which was the original response to the question to begin with. Was, why would you even be asking the question to start with? Because there's no there. So there you go. Angie, just scroll up through chat. Or rewatch the show. We got about 15 minutes before I wrap up. The military uses ASVAB, which is their version of the IQ test. Tells them a place where they could serve it are. Yeah. If I recall, I think I recall taking that test back in high school when I was considering joining the. I went to one of the recruiting offices. I don't remember which one it was. They gave me some kind of test. I thought it was really cool. The guy wouldn't stop bothering me for like 6 months. And this was back in the time when I could tell them I am a gay crossdresser, and they would leave me alone. So after about 6 months of harassing me, I told them I was a gay crossdresser, and he left me alone. Never called me again. That was 1993, 1994, when you could do that. And they were like, oh, no, my goodness. And they would freak out. So. Like the idea. I hope you mean the idea. Pralines pecan would pair well. Yes. Pralines pecan would pair great with the rye whiskey. Absolutely. You will, I might do that with Lisa. I might bring her. Oh no, I could do it with my lovely wife. Yeah. I get 3 of those little pints of ice cream, and we could do. Oh yeah, we got a fucking show. Ice cream pairings. We got this. This is gonna be a fucking thing. Not Dutch oven, Dutch chocolate, you weirdo. Yeah, 10-year. Well, the stat class, the last stats class I had was in getting my master's degree, which was 2012. 2010, I think, is when I took class. So it's been 12 years. Yeah. See, I don't think sports necessarily have a physical bias towards one race or another. I think there's a bias when it comes to sports. There's a bias towards the sports that's available in your neighborhood. Like, for example, baseball. Baseball was, for the longest time, Little League Baseball. I mean, like Little League Baseball. For the longest time, a white sport. And for the longest time, where did whites live versus blacks? Whites lived out in the suburbs, out in the ring around the city, where the land was plentiful and there was plenty of it, and they had parks and they had ball yards and they had, they had all of the things that you needed for a baseball field, right? Where did minorities live in general? They lived inside the city. And inside the city, what did they have available to them? Not ballparks, not parks in general. They had lots that you could put up basketball goals. The lots weren't generally large enough to play baseball the way they were out in the country. So the difference being right there, not physically baseball versus basketball, but just space available to them. There was space available for basketball in the inner cities, and not available for baseball in the inner cities. And there's space available for baseball in the suburbs, and where they just put up. I mean, they could put up hoops and basketball goals too, but there was other things to do, so there just wasn't the focus on basketball. Like my grandfather, my wife's grandfather, one of his hobbies was throwing a basketball into a hoop. And he had to be good at it because if he threw the basketball, if he missed the goal, it went into the pig slop. If he made the goal, it bounced back to him. So he had to be good. That was his hobby. That was what he did. And he was good enough in 1930 something to be on a basketball scholarship to the University of Ohio. He was a short white dude, which was good enough to be on a basketball scholarship for the University of Ohio, right? Because he wasn't tall and he just didn't have the physical traits that you would have in a basketball player who needed to be 10 feet tall, right? So it was just, there was a more to it than just simply genetic predisposition to do one thing versus the other. There was training involved. There was a whole lot of stuff involved. And he lived in the country. He didn't have a lot of people to play with, so he couldn't play baseball, but he could absolutely toss a ball into a hoop. And that is how my grandfather became a scholarship basketball player. And also there weren't a whole lot of black kids who were allowed to go to the University of Ohio in the 1930s. But that's a whole nother topic. A whole nother topic to discuss. Anyway, never thought it would happen. Yes, Mike. I am always committed to catching up to. I'm always committed to catching up to chat. That is what I do. So baseball is a complex sport. It requires multiple players to play the game, and it requires a group of kids with space to do it. And yeah, we could talk about running too. There's a lot of long distance runners, middle distance runners who are both black and white. The runners themselves aren't black and white. Some of the elite runners today are female white chicks when it comes to long distance running. Sprinters. There are. I'm trying to think of the sprinters that I can think of. Michael Jordan, Michael Johnson, Usain Bolt. But if you look at the Olympic fields of sprinters, they're not all black chicks and they're not all black dudes. So your argument breaks down when you look at the broad spectrum of the sport. There are not racial differences. There are not significant racial differences when it comes to athletics. Culture matters a lot. Culture matters a lot. Location matters a lot. There are a lot of Kenyan runners who are long distance runners. There's not a lot of white people in Kenya, but there are a lot of high elevations in Kenya. And when you train at high elevations for long distance running, you become a very good long distance runner, especially at sea level. And that is why the U.S. Olympic long distance running teams train in Colorado and not in Mobile, Alabama. That's why they do it. That's specifically why they do it. They train in low oxygen environments at high altitudes so that they can become better long distance runners. And in America, well, actually, what's his name? Dax. Leb Koflinski, one of the best American runners, I think he was a Moroccan-born, he was Moroccan-born, grew up in Kenya, lives in the United States as an American citizen. Muscle fibers of Kenyan runners are so different than muscle fibers for long distance runners are different from muscle fibers for sprinters, and that's not genetics, that is training. You can become a long distance runner if you are a sprinter, and you can become a sprinter if you are a long distance runner, but it takes a tremendous amount of effort and training to switch sports. There's a lot of runners who have gone from middle distances to long distances, and there's a lot of runners that have gone from middle distances to shorter distances. There's a lot of runners who've gone from sprinting to middle distances. There's not a lot of runners that make the leap from sprinting to long distances. They don't go from 40 meters to marathons. That's not usually. I mean, nobody wants to go from running for 1 minute to running for 4 hours. That's stupid. Nobody wants to do that. I don't even. Back when I ran, I preferred running half marathons over full marathons. Goodness. Just the start of this sentence. The reason why white women. Oh, like, oh shit. I never want to ascribe reasons to white women. They're fucking mysteries. Used to running from lions in Kenya. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you can, Dustin. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Anyway. Reason why white women are good distance runners is because they're closer to the ground and have less upper body mass. Plus, I'm pretty sure the program are black guys chasing. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. Changing your height is not the same as changing your physical constitution. You can break down your. I don't know how to explain this to you, but you can absolutely change. You can't like change your physiology, but you can absolutely train your body to do different things. You can absolutely do that. You can absolutely go from distance running from middle distances to sprinting, and from sprinting to middle distances. It's a lot harder to go from middle distance or from sprinting to long distances, but you can make that transition, and it takes a tremendous amount of time. It absolutely takes a tremendous amount of time, but you can do it. I mean, fucking Lance Armstrong did it. I mean, granted, it took him a lot of drugs, not just training, but he did it. He absolutely was able to remake his body after chemotherapy and also drugs, but he was able to do it. And a lot of those bikers have been able to do it, go from sprinters to distance riders and power riders, from sprint riders to power riders. Okay, Dustin. Nobody can change their, training doesn't do anything. You just, you're born a turtle, you end up being a turtle, you die a turtle. That's how it is. Training doesn't do anything. If you're a slow runner, you're always going to be a slow runner. If you're a slow swimmer, you're always going to be a slow swimmer. You're never going to learn how to swim. You're never going to be able to figure out how to get past 50 meters. You're always just going to be bad at sports. Okay? There. I've taken your logic out to its possible, it's distant fallacy. So, that's it. Nobody can train themselves to be an athlete. You're either born an athlete or you're not. That's it. That's your argument for you, Dustin. People who aren't born to be an athlete can never become an athlete. If you don't know how to ride your bike 5 miles, you'll never be able to ride your bike for 5 miles. You're just gonna, if you can't run 5 miles today, you'll never be able to run 5 miles. You're just gonna have to learn how to sprint. And if you can't sprint, then you're just gonna have to learn how to push a wheelbarrow, because that's just how it's gonna be. That's just how it's gonna have to be. You'll never be able to go from short distance. If you run you should never run 100 meters unless you decide you want to be a sprinter for the rest of your life. Because if you run 100 meters, your fibers are going to be locked in, and you're always going to be a sprinter. You're never, ever, ever going to be able to run a mile. And oh my goodness, the biggest problem is going to be if you live a half a mile from the store, and then you're just going to have to not be able to get, you're not going to be able to get milk. You're going to have to go at 40-meter increments or 100-meter increments. You're going to run 100 meters, and you're going to have to stop and take a rest. And then after like 20 or 30 minutes, you'll be able to get up and go another 100 meters. It's going to take you 16 naps to get to the store. And then it's going to take you 16 naps to get back. And by then, your milk is going to be curdled, and your milk is going to be curdled, and that's why people who sprint eat cheese. I think you're probably putting a little bit more. You're putting more weight into the idea of muscle fibers than reality. But I've just officially finished my last cocktail. It is empty. It is empty. And it is time, as I said, we're going to wrap this shit up at 3 o'clock. And it is time to roll it, kids. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, thank you, Bacon, for backing me on my logical assertion there. I'm going to pour myself one more drink, my final parting shot. I probably shouldn't. I'm going to do a half. I'm only going to do a half. If you're in the Houston area, you'll find me at the Mothership tomorrow night, 5 o'clock, till about 8. I will be tasting my double oak rye at the Mothership Specs downtown Houston. The next night I will be, where did I say I was going to be the next night? Bay Area Specs, and then finally the Jones Road Specs on Saturday. Tomorrow night also trivia night. So if you want to get your trivia on tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, right here on our YouTube channel. We are doing trivia. It's going to be fucking awesome. It'll be fucking awesome and dope as hell. I don't know what the theme night is. I should probably look that up and find out for sure. But we'll get there one of these days. I don't know what it is. Next week, we have 2 uploaded videos that are coming. Our 600 subscriber and 4th of July fireworks extravaganza, and our 100,000 views, quest for 100,000 views update, episode number 11. There's some really great shit to talk about as far as that project goes, and I cannot wait. Meanwhile, we're at 625 right now as we progress on our march towards 1,000 subscribers. And I think I had mentioned something about if we pass 750. Oh, if we pass 750 subs by the end of July, I will dye my beard and eyebrows blue. I wrote that down in my notebook. It says it right there. Dye my beard and eyebrows blue. So I guess I have to do that if we hit 750 by the end of July. There's only 3 weeks left, so get on that, kids. I guess I'll have to grow my beard back out. I'm probably going to shave this off, too. This is neat. But I can't go through life with the bacon on my face. Bacon's mustache is his own thing. I can't go through this for too much longer. But it already feels better in this summer heat. But anyway, keep the faith, guys. Be awesome to each other. Think with your whole brain and love with your whole heart. Life is too short for bad whiskey, so drink the good stuff. Cheers, as always. And where's my cursor? Before I drink this, I want to make sure I got the production screen up and running. Cheers and good night, guys. Thank you once again for a fantastic show. Thank you. Y'all make it awesome. Thanks to Ryan Adam Wells for joining me for the show, talking Kenobi, talking science fiction. Thank you guys in chat for talking about all the other shit that we talked about all fucking night tonight. So cheers, and you'd have to grow your. Okay, if we hit 750 by the end of July, I will grow my full beard back out and will dye the whole fucking thing blue, like a bright blue, like easy to see blue. So that'll be August. I'll have blue beard for August. Well, no, I'll grow it out at the end of August. So that means September, I'll have blue beard all the way through September. Just full blue beard, blue eyebrows, full blue. If we hit 750 by the end of July. So there you go. Once again, be awesome to each other. Think with your old brain. Love with your whole heart. Life is too short for bad whiskey, so drink the good stuff. Cheers, and good night.